field of medicine, nanomaterials are being playing major role for drug discovery, thereby treating incurable diseases. Development in medical equipment is possible only due to the discovery of advanced materials. Tailoring the new materials according to our needs has been possible using computational methods. Invention of graphene, the new wonder material, has created a new wave amongst the researchers due to its lightness, strength, and durability. So much so that graphene flagship, namely graphene research innovation and collaboration, is now a part of European Union's biggest scientific research initiative with a budget of about 1 billion euros. Various cost-effective methods of synthesis are being researched upon. Crystal technology is another advanced field of research. For example, manufacture of lithium niobate wafers and electro-optic components. Today we have one lecture by Professor Tamil Vel of TIFR on crystal research. Nonlinear optical materials lie in the core of optical warfare, electronic warfare, known as EW systems, and other generation defense technologies. Quartz crystal, as we all know, has long been used as exact timing material. Crystal electronics has many benefits over traditional electronics like broad frequency range, exceptional stability, and low power consumption. Another exciting area of applied research is development of optical fibers, where thin, long, pure glass fibers are useful in communication channels. Finally, I would say human dreams are realized through newer advanced materials, leading to advanced technology. Thank you very much. Now I request our principal, Dr. Avinash Patil, for his welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Director, Dr. Naresh Chandra Sir, Director Education, BK Birla College, Kalyan. Our esteemed guest, Professor GP Kothiyal Sir, former Head, Glass and Advanced Ceramics Division, BRC, Mumbai. Dr. Madhavi Thakur Desai, Head, Department of Physics. Professor Mahendra Khanpekar, Dr. Sandesh Jayabhai, the entire team from the Department of Chemistry and Physics, the teachers who are attending this program, the invited guests, and dear students. Indeed, we are very happy that Department of Chemistry and Physics, they are organizing this today's one-day national seminar on advanced materials and its applications in science and technology in association with Materials Research Society of India. This topic, advanced materials, as Professor Mahendra Khanpekar sir has already explained, is very important topic in the field of material science. Then so many field or areas he has mentioned where the advanced materials are being used in and in future also there will be lot many applications in the various fields, whether it is right from your car or your home appliances, I will say, to the satellites and all these new projects, Chandrayaan as well as earlier Mangalyaan. So many composite materials were used in these projects. And at the same time, there are many biological materials also which are in demand nowadays, right from the artificial skin, where the people are interested to the organs, whether it is to be called material or not, that is debatable. But definitely there are biological materials also which are in demand when we talk about the biological sciences. So this today's seminar will definitely throw a light on the various advances, the various areas of research in this field of material science, and students will be immensely benefited. I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the college and the management to all the invited guests especially our esteemed guest, Professor G.P. Kotial, sir, who has spared his valuable time and has come to our Birla College here. So, sir, we are very, really happy. We welcome you at Birla College. And we hope that our this association will not end here, but we will continue to have an association in terms of education and in the field of research. We also welcome all our invited guests and the dignitaries who will be following in a day, maybe on online mode or offline mode. And at the same time, the contributors who have contributed for the research papers or the research posters, we extend a warm welcome to them. And we also welcome all the students and the invited guests and the teachers who are here for this particular seminar. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Naresh Chandra, sir, Director, Education, BK Birla College, to felicitate today's chief guest and keynote speaker, Professor G.P. Kotial, sir, with shawl, shrifle, and tulsi plant. I kindly request to Professor G.P. Kotial, sir, and respected dignitaries on the dais to honor us by releasing the abstract book of this seminar. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for officially releasing the abstract book of our seminar. Without further ado, I kindly request the respected director, Sir Dr. Naresh Chandra, who continues to inspire us all with his dedication to excellence, to share his insights and wisdom with us on this momentous occasion.
The chief guest of today's seminar, Professor Kotialji, all the distinguished scientists from different institutions who are attending this one-day seminar on offline as well as online mode. Principal Dr. Avinash Patil, the head of physics department, Dr. Professor Thakur Desai, head of chemistry department, Professor Khairnar. Both of them happen to be convener and co-convener for this seminar. The organizing secretary, Professor Khanpekar, another organizing secretary, Professor Sandesh Jebhai, Dr. Harish Dubey, Principal Knight College and Vice Principal Admin for Degree College, all my esteemed colleagues, and my dear student friends. So I join Professor Avinash Patil in extending a warm welcome to all the participants attending this seminar on online and offline mode. I also see number of students physically attending in this seminar hall, the one-day seminar. Also, it makes us feel very happy that around 100 research papers have been submitted and the abstract book is just now released at the hands of our honorable chief guest. I appreciate the efforts of both the departments and colleagues from both the departments for organizing this academic activity today. I'm sure when we have the valedictory function, we all will feel very happy and elated that the seminar in terms of enriching, promoting research culture, it has been a great success. Would like to thank the society, the Material Research Society of India, Mumbai chapter, for giving us an opportunity so that Birla College and the society, Mumbai chapter, could organize today's event together. Also, it makes us feel very happy. There are scientists from BRC, TIFR, IIT, so many institutions. They are either they will be guiding us or they are participating. And how to pursue research, how to take up research for promoting the culture and also to inspire young minds. All this, Professor Khanpekar gave me a few lines, this you should speak, but that he has already spoken. So there is no need to repeat because he is the right person to speak on material science or the research in material science. And the experts are there who will speak more on it during the day. I take, and he has given me some 7-8 minutes in the agenda. So otherwise it was just completed, but there are still 5 minutes are left. So I will touch on some other point, but for directly connecting with material science. I had an opportunity, my dear young friends, to visit Cambridge University. Some maybe 2008 or 9, sometime there. And it was a delegation, and when we went to Department of Physics, so the person who was accompanying us, professor from Department of Physics, when we were passing through the passage, he showed, look here, these are the 13 Nobel laureates from Department of Physics of Cambridge University. 13 Nobel laureates in 2008 or 9. Suddenly we became, I must admit, I was not knowing. That's so. I knew Cambridge University is a big this. Abhi applicable TIFR, BRC. These are all top-notch R&D institutions of our country and also recognized internationally. But there, so many Nobel laureates and photos of those 13 persons. It was so inspiring. I'm talking to my young friends who can be tomorrow in the field of physics or chemistry pursuing research and may get inspired to become scientists of high repute. I'm sure Professor Kothiyal will definitely talk that how to inspire our young mind to pursue research and quality research, publications of high standards, so that students from BK Birla College or sister institutions, they take up. They may get, who knows, some of you will do your doctoral research from TIFR. You may get an opportunity to work for your research from BARC. Or I think of those best of the institutions where you can learn and become future scientists of our country. So once we entered, passing the passage, the professor said, no, my senior professor has given you 15 minutes for interaction. So we have to complete our interaction in 15 minutes. But I am giving another 3 minutes more. So he took us inside, but we were so much engrossed in those 13 photos that we got 2 minutes late. So we reached to the conference room in Department of Physics and 13 minutes were left. So the professor who was to talk to us, he said, welcome, you are 2 minutes late and I will be talking to you now 13 minutes. And he started telling, and every word he was talking, it was making us feel so excited. And not those who were not from physics, person like me from botany. He is talking physics. And it was every word coming from him was so inspiring. Even now, this second, I can feel that pulse. He says, in Cambridge University, Nobel laureates and senior most professor goes to first year classes. Higher classes are left to younger generation. We pick the young person as a future scientist from first year itself. He was talking, and 13 minutes were over. When it got over, no one could realize. And then there was a feedback form, just a simple. And many of us wrote, scientist was talking physics, and only physics, and so inspiring. And one sentence, he said, we don't teach biophysics. We teach physics in biology. The difference. So that is the commitment with your subject topic. I'm very happy that today this seminar also did accelerate. वैसे तो सब क्लोज ही रहते हैं हमारे यहाँ बिरला कॉलेज फैमिली है but physics department and chemistry department, they came on the same floor. Up till now, they were on 2 different floors. Head of the department and chemistry and physics, they are on the same. So is organizing secretary. So suddenly it became Department of Physics and Chemistry 1. And many are the topics are lot of interdisciplinary research. So the whole system, the Material Society, the Society and Birla College organizing team has brought many of our young colleagues to think together we can achieve better success in the field of research. So keep it up. Once again, Professor Khanpekar and every one of our colleagues, thank you so much for organizing such a wonderful program. All our best wishes.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experience and for your inspiring words. Your presence and address have truly enriched this gathering. Now I request Professor Madhvi Thakur Desai, Head Department of Physics and convener of today's seminar, to introduce today's chief guest, Professor G.P. Kothiyal, sir.
Good morning, respected director, sir, respected Kothiyal, sir, respected principal, sir, organizing secretary, Dr. Khanpekar and Dr. Sandesh Jaibai, my co-convener, Dr. Vilas Khairnar, Dr. Harish Dubey, Tamiswell sir, all the dignitaries, invited guests, students. It's a matter of immense pleasure for me to introduce such a outstanding scientist, Dr. G.P. Kothiyal. Actually, I'm too small a person to introduce him, but I will try to introduce him. As it was already mentioned, he was a head of Glass and Advanced Ceramic Division, BARC, and professor of physics at Homi Baba National Institute. His scientific endeavors didn't stop after his retirement. He continued to be an active researcher in the field of glasses, ceramics, advanced ceramics, single crystal growth, and thin film growth. To his credit, he has more than 160 research papers, 100 articles related to science and technology. He has written very important books, uh, which is I want to mention are very useful to the students and researchers. Sir, I am an avid reader of your books also. Um, he is a recipient of several awards, including Department of Atomic Energy Group Achievement Award in 2009 and 2011, Indian Nuclear Society Science Communication Award, Rajya Bhasha Bhushan Award for Science and Communication, Outstanding Reviewer status by Journal of Non-Crystalline Solids. So he has touched all aspects of science fraternity and excelled there. He has been visiting professor to many foreign universities. Sir, please forgive me if I go wrong in pronouncing the universities. It is Lille University in France, Institute of Physics, Jan Diguzzo, University of Zestova. Then he has been a visitor as a visiting faculty or visiting professor to many of the countries like USA, France, Poland, Germany, Portugal, China, Singapore, Spain, Poland, Turkey, etc., and etc. So we are really fortunate to have such a global scientist with us. His biodata is actually very long, but to cut it short, he has been convener of many seminar conferences. He has been mentor to Birla College also, because this is the third conference we are organizing under his mentorship in association with MRSI. He is member of many RRCs, that is Research Review Committees. He is member of many advisory boards of University of Mumbai and DBT Star College Scheme. He is member of BOS at HSNC University Mumbai, and more or less, he is our friend. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I invite our esteemed chief guest for his address. Please give a big round of applause to sir. Sir, please.
Uh, Dr. Naresh Chandra, Director, and Dr. Avinash Patel, Principal of this Birla College. Then we have our chap here, Madhvi Tukral, the head of the Physics Department, and other members from this college, Professor Khandpekar, and we have other dignitaries who have come from outside, from different colleges, and my dear young students. As has already been elaborated that this conference is being organized in association with Material Research Society of India on advanced materials and its application in science and technology. Because I am we can say as a representative of Material Research Society of India here, so I have a dual role just to mention about First, I would like to welcome on behalf of Material Research Society of Mumbai chapter to all delegates, all dignitaries, and all the speakers. Then it is my also duty to tell you about what is Material Research Society of India and what are our some of the main activities, and would appreciate if people or students they become member of Material Research Society of India, so that they get a lot of information about the forthcoming conferences and also avail many other advantages being in the material science. Now, Material Research Society of India say that it is dedicated to the growth of indigenous development in the area of material science and engineering and its application. It is a professional body, and then it stimulates these research work through the various subject groups. One of them is on the ceramics and glasses, of which I am the chairperson. So under these activities, we arrange some of the activities on based on the glass and ceramics at different places throughout the country. And last year we had done during the International Year of Glass at CMET Pune. Then MRSI Mumbai chapter is another place which has got certain activities which I will just mention in brief, that in a year we have one major event we do, symposium or thing about throughout the invite national or international. Then we have arranged the annual lectures, which is very um, annual lecture, which is by distinguished visiting renowned scientists from abroad. And this series was starting from the Nobel laureate, our scientist from the Nobel laureate. And then we have subsequently done many annual lectures. We also award travel awards to the PhD students for attending the conferences. We have got the two and maximum amount up to 30,000 just to attend the conferences for facilitating their participation. Then we support theme-based workshops and seminars in the schools, promotion of activities by supporting, encouraging colleges for arranging the seminars and workshops. One of them is this one, where we have collaborated with the Birla College. Then we have also a series of outreach lectures by the experts. For that, we have to identify some of the colleges who can host, and then from MRSI, we can arrange various experts in the different areas who can give the talk. And I think Professor Khanpekar also has given under this series in some of the colleges in Bombay. Now, the second part is that as I find that there is I'm happy and to associate with this event because it is on the advanced materials and its application in science and technology. And now it has become, because a number of research work going on everywhere on the materials. But what is important as on today is these sustainable materials. We have to do some research on the sustainable development so that we are not affecting our climate. Also, we are trying to fulfill our need to the society. My following my presentation will be on the sustainability material. I'm also happy to see that on a short notice, Professor Khanpekar could arrange a large number of participation, and also I see a large number of papers who have come, and people are attending online as well. So with this, without taking much of time, I wish all the success to this event, and then I will come to my presentation on the sustainable development material. So I think I will just load my presentation and then talk to them. I'll just change nahi ho raha hai. Yeah. Yeah, for today's talk, let's look at this thing. No, okay. Role of glass and glass ceramics in sustainable development and our lives. It has got very important next. Take it. And this is pointer. No? Yeah. Now I have just shown you some of the pictures here. That is how glass glass. It is audible. Yes, yes. Okay. So how glass and glass ceramics are useful in our lives and how it is a sustainable material. Now, this picture is about the innovative architecture. Then we have a telecommunication, which is very, very important for the glass. That is all optical communication. And today's our communication basically is through the optical fibers. Then we have in energy, we have in dentistry. Then this picture, okay, I'll come to, yeah, because I come from Baba Atomic Research Center, so I thought for some of the students who may not have visited Baba Atomic Research Center, let's have a look. And it is an aerial view of Baba Atomic Research Center. where we can see these are our reactors. This is a famous modular laboratories and engineering halls. Various other laboratories are all around. This is our central library. Then we have these reactors which I have mentioned. This is the first reactor which is normally you people see in any news or anything. This is the picture normally shown. That is the Canada-India reactor Cyrus, which was a 40 MeV reactor. Now it is decommissioned, and we have our own reactor, that is a Dhruva reactor, which is about 100 MeV, and this provides us all neutron-based research, which can be done through consortium, university consortium, is the BRC university consortium. So anybody who is interested, who having the research based on the using the neutron, can contact the Bhabha Atomic Research Center. There is a center especially for university students as well as the BRC scientists together to work on the research based on the neutrons. Then this again also I am showing that this is our laboratory, glass and ceramic laboratory in Bhabha Atomic Research Center, where most of the work which I will be talking about is done in this laboratory. And this laboratory has got all facilities related to the preparation and characterization of glass and glass ceramic and some of the devices. Now, because as I was telling about the sustainability, then there is a famous saying uh, of the Einstein, that concern of the man. When we are doing the research and all development work, it should be related to the man and his fate. That means we should not go for such kind of development which is actually destroying our environment, destroying the fate of the humanity in the thing. So this is important for when we talk about the sustainability. Now, what is sustainability? I will just mention that sustainability is the capacity to exist and progress without fear of becoming extinct. That means that we are doing a lot of research, but our research should not deplete the natural resources and other sources, so that in the near future people feel short of this. But as we see, but unfortunately, our activities so far have been, many activities have been, which have not been in relation with the nature's existence and which is becoming unsustainable. Like one of the very important thing is the climate change, which is started showing its effect. Then sustainable development is the development that meets the need of the present generation without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own need. Basically, this unsustainable development comes is a result of the need versus greed imbalance, because what is our requirement and we are looking for something more than our requirement, that is a greed. So, and if we don't do a proper balance between the need and the greed, so it is going to be unsustainable. And basically, we have to have focus during our research, a proper balance between, there are three P's, that is people, we are the people, then the profit. Because when you are doing the research and going for the technology, you are a person who is taking the work, he is looking for some profit, and the planet. That's it. Our action should not spoil the planet, and it should be for the future work. We can again see that what their sustainability depends on only climate change. No, this is not only the climate change. We have a nature, then human beings, and then economic growth. All the three are together. And in addition, when you are looking for the inclusive or equity, that is social justice also is important. That is that from the nature, human beings are taking, nature is the resource, and the human beings are again giving back some of the waste materials and other things to the nature. And our work is going for the development of the human beings, but for the economic growth, where we are during that, due to technology, we have seen that today our life has become so comfortable and many amenities which are providing us the great relief and betterment in the life is coming through the development, scientific development. But the scientific development should also be the also related to the social justice so that we can justify the funding coming which is from the tax paper or from the nature or from the people for doing our research. So sustainable world means equitable, that is fair and impartial world. That means we have not only a doing the technology for a select group of people, but it is to the society and it should be a social justice. So this is the science and technology play a very important role in the sustainable development. Though it is a collective responsibility, but certain stakeholders like the industry and environmentalists should champion the cause. They should keep on reminding and raising these issues about the climate change or any other issue. Then again, we have another thing which is related that our common future is a sustainable development and woodland is a sustainable development representing that this one where we see it is our common future was the woodland report. The report was published in October 87 by the United Nations through the Oxford University Press. And this publication was basically in respect of the former Norwegian Prime Minister uh, Gro Harlem Brundtland, who has as a role of chair in the World Commission on Environment and Development. So what we are looking on his because this Brundtland's we call it the Brundtland report, and this is in given credit is given to for the sustainable development. Now look at this one. We are as we are talking about the social, environment, and economic. This is a sort of a combination of all the three. We have to make a proper balance between the thing. When we are talking about the social and environment, that we should see that it remains a bearable. Then social and economic, it should be equitable, that there should be social justice and economic environment. So when looking at the economic, suppose we want to only go for the money and making our exchange are very strong, but we are not caring for the environment, so it will be not a sustainable. So this should be a viable, and all combination of this becomes a sustainable. So this is how we define and use the sustainable. As I have already talked about the problem, human development is taking, we have the waste generation, lot of waste generation, human development, resources are taken from the nature. For example, oil, so many barrels, iron ores, coal, these are the resources for the human development, create lot of waste like carbon dioxide and other chemicals, which is very large. That is 20% are carcinogenic. So it is very bad. So we have to take care of these aspects, that how we can reduce, make a proper balance, and land use for agriculture about 50%, and annual growth rate of urbanization is about 7%. That is, when we are going for urbanization, there is a loss of biodiversity. This projection shows that how much damage have been done to the environment. In the year 1800, there was carbon dioxide atmosphere only about 0.028 percentage. In 1960, it became 0.0316, and it keep on increasing. In 2013, it is 0.04. 2020, it is 0.04. And what has it has affected? In 20, it has affected the temperature rise of the Earth, so by 1.19 degree. And if we keep on doing the same way, then by 2050, it will become 3.2 degrees centigrade by 2050, and it will be a disastrous. Actually, we have the need to the limit to the increase in the temperature is 1.5. we are very close to that 1.19. So one has to see that our development are taking care of the environment also. So importance of the plantation and increase of the forest, we can just see that carbon dioxide consumed produced by us, it is trees, 7 acre of forest, world population is 800 crores, then forest land required for mitigating carbon dioxide is very large, 5,600 crores of acres will be required, and total land on the earth is 12,600 crore acres. So to have a sustainability, we had required about 50% of earth to be covered by the forest. So very large number, but the way we are going, it is destroying due to urbanization and others. Now coming to a sustainable material, glass and ceramic, which is sustainable, which I have chosen for today's talk in my keynote address, that what are glasses and glass ceramics and what they can do for us, for human society, then it is a material for a sustainable development. Now, as I told you that last year, United Nations has proclaimed 2022 as an International Year of Glass as in the General Assembly. And during, we have seen that how during the COVID, how glass has been useful for as a sustainable material and has helped. So COVID optical fiber was the essential keeping people connected virtually, and glass vials which were delivered for life-saving vaccine to billions of the people in the globe. So we can just see that how important is the glass and how it has played a lot of role in the development. These are again some pictures like that only. That's because what we say, the science and technology is our savior, because there has been a lot of science and technology development. So these developments are safe and effective. RNA vaccine, we could make it in 10 months instead of the 10 years when we didn't have any development. Glass is fully recyclable material. This is important. I want to mention glass is sustainable, fully recyclable. It is, you can recycle the glass, so provides a great environmental benefit. That is, like plastic, it is not living in the environment, destroying it. Glass contributes to mitigating climate change and saving precious natural resources. Then ideal for many applications because of the inert nature. Glass ceramic, they are inert nature, so they are becoming very, very important in the saving the inert atmosphere, so they are very important. Safeguard people's health and well-being, saves natural resources, and it is a collective responsibility, but the relevant stakeholders must equip. Now, glass technology can help mitigate the climate change. How? Glass made with titanium and zirconium are harder, tougher, and lighter than the stainless steel. So if we have such a glass which is lighter, when it is lighter, then you can put such a material. They are very harder and tougher material can be used for such application where we can avoid stainless steel, so it saves the energy. Scientists predict that even an eventual replacement of steel and aluminum in variety of products. Glass is so promising that it will do, because it's a lightweight. In automobile we have, aviation, boat, and other forms of transport. Glass fiber not only reduces the weight of the vehicle, reduces fuel consumption, and because it's a lighter weight, so vehicle will require a smaller consumption of the fuel and materials that a larger carbon footprint does not leave. Then save natural resources with the glass technology. Glass is a resource efficient material made of the abundant natural raw material such as sand, glass waste, cullet. Glass waste means once you prepare a particular glass useful, you can recycle that glass many times to produce again new glass. And glass is not fully okay. Glass bottles have an average recycling rate of 50 to 80%, and most of the glass jars are used at least 25% of recycled glass. So because whenever we produce a glass, we can use the previously, which is called a cullet, that is, which was the a sort of waste in the previous run, which can be used, and 50% we use new materials, and thus producing the very important, again, the new material. So technology changes our lives in a positive way. We know it just shows only the glass can be recycled. We have like bottles in the form of a bottles. We have in the form of vehicles. We have many their body high-tech materials. We are having fiberglass as a made motorcycle make lighter, faster, and more fuel efficient. Then we go to an, I'll just show for some people who are not aware of the glasses, just make an accepted definition of the glass is an amorphous solid and completely lacking in a long range order, showing a glass transition behavior and also known as a supercooled liquid. Here I want to mention that glasses are amorphous, but all amorphous materials are not glasses. So very important point is that that particular material must show a glass transition behavior, which is very important. Otherwise, simply telling that is amorphous or non-crystalline is a glass, which is not true. Glasses are having unique combination of various physical, chemical properties such as transparency, chemical inertness, thermal stability, long durability, electrical insulation, blowing compatibility, which was very, very important during over the development on historical part of the glass. It was the blowing compatibility of the glass, which has actually given the boost for the development of the glasses. By blowing technology, we were able to make a large number of the devices and sort of envelopes and everything. In spite of these very good properties, but again we find glass has a deficiency that it is a brittle material and mechanically weak. Therefore, scientists have developed a new material which is called the glass ceramics. And it was a material called glass ceramics, and it was developed when successful. There was lot many experiments and trials were done, but the successful results were given by S.D. Stuckey in he was a glass scientist in 1950. Whereas glass is reported, we can say that in the sea history, then we find that glass has been reported in 12,000 BC, and it has taken such a long time to develop a new material called a glass ceramic, which only in 50. So glass, what is glass ceramic? Glass ceramics are composed of the crystalline grains. They are crystalline grains, but immersed and embedded in the glassy matrix. So the combination of the crystalline grains and the glassy matrix has provided them very, very useful property. Then glass ceramic has got the unique microstructure, and most of which cannot be duplicated by other ceramic processes. So because during the preparation of glass ceramic, we can make the material, the microstructure in such a way which is very useful and which is required for a particular application, and normally by a processing technique. It is just by a processing we can do this development of the glass ceramic. And this picture shows one of the in the laboratory, which I have shown you, that we have a glass melting furnace. Then we have the crystallization furnace for making the annealing, also as a crystallization, that is for the glass ceramization. And this is just showing from hot glass. We are just putting it. The glass looks something like this. In a hot condition, it will slowly cool down, and then we have to do a annealing in the so that to remove its residual stresses and stains, so that it is a crack free. Whereas if we and when we come to the glass ceramics, as compared to the parent glasses, they exhibit better thermal stability, superior thermal insulation, higher mechanical strength, and thermal expansion coefficient tunability. and this change in size per unit change in dimension and temperature. And these are the factors which are very important and improved properties as compared to the glass, which has led glass ceramics and glasses to various applications. These materials are also having better bioactivity and compatibility. So glass is usable now as a bioactive material or in biomedical technology. Some special properties, machinability and magnetic properties, because normally glass is a very brittle material. You cannot handle with very easily with the machines, but by proper control of processing parameters and the constituent element, we can make it machinable and we can use it as a normal material, which is like a metal, but with a different properties. Now, where they are used, let us come to the glasses and glass ceramics are they are usable as a utility and decorative items. They are innovative architecture materials, large window panes, energy production in the solar panels, solar coatings, then safety glass, bullet resistance, fireproof, glass windows, medical uses, that is containers, vials, diagnostics in surgery and implants. Nowadays, for the knee replacement and in the hip replacement, we are having now bioceramic materials. Special application are for the nuclear application are radiation shielding glasses. Then we have for laser host glasses for making the laser, high power laser, glass to metal seal, optical fibers, and optical communication, display panels, plasma TV, and I think a robust mobile cover. You can see that initially when the mobile had come, the glass which was put on the it was a very brittle, and that time if the mobile falls, it will definitely crack. But nowadays, even if your mobile falls, it is not cracking. So this is a new development, which is a robust mobile covers, which is actually a new type of glass which was made and which is being used. Then foldable display. Nowadays, we are having all foldable display or wearable materials which are all using the glass and glass rams. These are another application list, various areas. I will not go into detail. Architecture, automotive, aviation, commercial cooling, consumer electronic, defense, security, energy environment, industry equipment, life sciences, living, medical devices, optics, pharmaceuticals, semiconductor, datacom, or telecommunication. So there are at various places, glasses and glass ceramics have their application. Now, the famous applications are low temperature thermal expansion coefficient material. That means the simple glass has got a fixed thermal expansion coefficient depending upon its composition. But when we make it a glass ceramic, depending upon the kind of processing and the constituent element, we can continuously tailor the expansion coefficient, and it can make even the zero expansion coefficient material, which is very, very useful for making we are required for the astronomical mirrors which are needed for that thing. And everybody knows about the cookwares and cookware. Every house has got nowadays glass ceramic vessels and cooktops and cook vessels. Optical glass ceramics are there. Then precision telescopic mirrors are there. Laser gyro in place of the mechanical gyros are used in aeroplane because they are easy cleaning due to the flatness because holes and irregularity. There can be easily cleaned, handling, and some of the attractive benefits are cooktop panels and this thing. And this is a very great commercial success of the glass and glass ceramic. That is, this is our domestic application. You can see this shows cooktop panels. You can see nowadays our cooktop panels are made out of the glass ceramic. Then we have 8.2 telescope. This is the older slide. So now we have got much bigger telescope base for the mirrors which are being used. then you know all of them are known to you, that all these items are you have seen, and these are from the Corning glassware, tablewares, and which all of us are using. Then these bottles, we have pharmaceutical, then we have normal vision glass, safety glasses, laboratory glasses. We have again decorative pieces. This is, I show you ARC Dubai in 2012. I had visited to this company in 2000 when I was in France. And then I saw that such a beautiful items of the glass and glass ceramics are put on the display. So I took a photograph and I show you. Then nano technology and glass and nanotechnology. Again, it has a nanotechnology as a historic association with the glass material, because ancient glass makers were among the first nanotechnologists. How we say that they have been using, but they were not knowing that it is a nano, what is nano, another thing, but they have been, from their experience, they have been using the material with the nanoparticles embedded in it and making it a glasses, which was pigmented glasses, and the glasses for nanotechnology will just show that these are the items we can say these were the very old items which were using the nano size that made up of soda lime glass and containing the colloidal silver or gold particles. This was very, very old. You can just see, they say, 4th century. It was made in that time while the glass were responsible for the unique greenish and reflection and reddish transmission when the see in the transmission mode. And this was a result of the surface plasmon effect. All physicists know it, what it is. Then we have seen all, we can say it in churches, even various important places you find the panel, pigmented glass panels and everything. And they are put because glass is very stable material and it can live for centuries. And so this you must have seen on the churches and other places. They are very important and such things are available. We have applications as a laser host, furnace windows, telescopic mirror. We have this is a mirror. Then we have this furnace view windows, because at a high temperature furnace is another thing. You want to, if you are studying something in situ or making, you want to see the material inside, so you have to use the glass or glass ceramic windows. Architecture, you can just see all around today in Mumbai or any other places or anywhere, we find now instead of people making a conventional brickwork or work, this is all glass work, because it is material is quite safe. It is safe. It is a fire resistance, and this is giving it good transparency, as well as you can have the anti-reflection coating so that you can avoid the thermal radiation. So requirement of the cooling also is not large in such buildings. Now, this is again a safety glasses where we use, normally initially we were making the high temperature. Earlier, the glasses were being used by simply soda lime glasses, which could melt at a lower temperature. But now with the higher softening temperature, glasses are providing you at least 30 minutes of time when even the fire is noticed inside any lab. So the 30 minutes time is good enough for people to evacuate. So such a material are being made, and these materials are having fracture. They will have the nickel sulfide crystals in the glass. So formation of the nickel sulfide crystal, no sudden fracture is caused because of these crystals. And these are the safety glasses which can withstand higher temperature differential. That is, if there is a fire inside the building, inside and outside, it will not immediately. If you use ordinary glass, it will melt and break. Now, I have already shown the anti-reflective glasses for the facade, all glasses, and showing you the beautiful anti-reflective coating glasses, and which is giving you the nice view for the big buildings. Now, these are again the safety glasses, that is bulletproof glasses. Normally, this kind of glass in combination with polycarbonate. It is used to provide when as a safety glass, which can be quite thin, but it can provide you all safety because the dissipation of the energy of the bullet, which is dissipated in subsequent in the different layer, and finally, even if it comes out from the glass, it has got very small energy, so it does not do the much harm. We have again the insulating glasses, which is a again which is important, used at places like AC trains, aeroplanes. We have seen the again these glasses. We see the change. Yeah, these are safety glasses, which is while we can see the transparency, but these are the noise, sound free. You must say in auditoriums and other the glasses are put in that such a way, and because they are made with the double, and inside there is a partial vacuum, and all of us we know that the sound waves do not travel in a vacuum. So inside and outside, it is a sort of a for a soundproof purpose we are using in the radio station, air testing rooms, auditoriums, recording rooms, and various other places. So such a glass is made. Then we have again the laminates, which is a glass, bendable glass, where it is called a willow glass. It's very thin, as thin glass, which is about 0.1 millimeter. It can be as thin as 0.1 millimeter, and it is just a bending and can be used for using the foldable display unit. Nowadays you have got made with a constant, so you can bend the glass like this and produce as a foldable display. Nowadays you must have seen as a our computer or display systems, and I think they are just foldable because using the glass. So glass is such a thin material made in the process, a strong thin material and longer lasting, so that you can use in the foldable display. Then you see, must have seen so many glasses which are having the clear view as well as the cool things, and anti-reflecting glass combined with a high thermal insulation. Though because when normal glass, when you put it in a cold atmosphere, it will be showing a sort of foggy, so you cannot see. So such glasses which have gone a proper coating, anti-reflection coating, and in the cool environment also you can see how things are so clear in the, you can see in the malls or in our stores, various stores nowadays, you find such things. Then optical fiber, which is important, which is by Charles Kuo, showed in 1966 the possibility of light transmission through the optical fiber glass, and he also got the Nobel Prize in 2009 for this discovery. And today, the fibers of the purest glass is possible to transmit the light signal over hundreds of kilometers compared to 20 meters of fiber in 1960. When it was started, it was only the 20 meters, but the now quality of glass is such that fibers are such that it can transmit the data over more than 100 kilometers without much loss. Again, you just see these are the optical fibers, can be bundled, can be used just like a cable. Now you are seeing all cable nowadays. That fiber cables for your data transmission or even all your internet connection. You have got the optical fiber connection by Geo or Airtel or any company. They are using such a fibers. Then for the energy purpose, we have the solar thermal. This is we have got solar panels are there where we can, by using the thermal effect, we can produce an energy collected through the individual guided mirrors called the heliostrate, and the sunlight heats up about 1050 °F, which turns into salt into the liquid, that is molten salt, and this molten salt liquid hot salt is then piped and stored and used as a power for the steam generation. So this is one way of producing the power from using glass. Another is the solar panels are using the photovoltaic type of devices, or in Borosil has done a great work within the country. We are getting many things from abroad, but Borosil company has produced and they are also exporting these solar panels for energy production. This is wind. Okay, again here we use the turbines for the lower lighter weight of they are made of the glass fibers. If suppose these turbines are lightweight, if they are very heavy, so they themselves consume the energy, they don't produce much. So this is long durability and it's lighter weight, so we can have the good wind. These are the laser glasses which are made in the fabrication of glass, and our CAT at RR CAT at Indore, which is doing a lot of work, and these materials were produced in association with the CGCRI and also some universities like SB University of Tirupati. So such we are able to make our own laser glasses, high power laser glasses. These are for the, again, for some replacement of teeth. That is in a biomedical application. We can see in the orthodontics, we can find new type of glasses, glass materials being used for making these dentures. Then again, knee replacement, you can see this is playing a very important role. This ceramic part, initially earlier, there were the metal rods and other things were used. They were for some time, but they were avoiding, they will have to be removed and sometime, because they will create some kind of a material which is not healthy within the body. So tooth may remove, but such ceramic materials are biocompatible, as well as some of them become, say, bioactive, so that they just join and remain within the body without doing any harm. Now we look at, again, we have got a material like, if you just see the super heterophobic this titanium surface, because if we are using such much of material, it can be very useful, because this is useful in the case of the normal medical, to introduce the risk of blood clotting and infection. A perpetual problem in many patients when we do the putting the material of some stent and other thing in the heart, but they again leave some kind of problem. But if we are using some super hemophobic material, titanium surface, then it is repellent of the blood. You can just see that this is a blood, this is again we have plasma, this is a water. So these materials are hydrophobic, so they don't stick to the surface and they remain useful. So such a material, potential material for the future to use as a stent material. Now, some of the work I will just mention, not go into the details, but these are the work which we have done in our laboratory in Bioatomic Research Center, glass ceramic for low temperature sealant. I have just listed some of the items, and these are some of our publications, not going into details. Then these are only the devices which have been made using the lithium zinc silicate glass. These are the seals which were being used for our heavy water plants, and this is just indicating what kind of microstructure we need, or how this sealing is taking place. This is an interdiffusion problem, which is due to the interdiffusion which we do this. Another seal which is using the glass ceramic, which can withstand, you can see a high pressure difference of 12,000 psi, resistance to highly corrosive ambient and ammonia, potassium amide, and you can see the microstructure which is important in the range of micron size, and these are for the high pressure application. Lithium aluminum silicate. Then we have high temperature materials, because when we are developing the our high temperature solid oxide fuel cells, we need a kind of a sealant material, and we did a lot of work based on this in our laboratory, also some of them in collaboration with our French group. And there are so many publications. I'm not going details into those materials because this is a separate lecture by itself, just showing that how in a high temperature solid oxide fuel cell, how where is the glass is coming. This is actually, we have got a solid oxide fuel cell, one cell, which is having the oxidant, this is fuel. Then we have the one is the anode, another cathode, then the electrolyte is there, and by mitigation of mitigation, they produce the energy and that is how we produce. So here, what is important, because only one unit will not be sufficient and will not make the cell complete usable cell. So we need some material, high temperature sealant material, which is non-reactive with a different kind of materials. You have the electrolyte, you have anode, cathode materials are different, and then we have the interconnect material. So such a sealant which can withstand high temperature, or a high temperature also, it should not react with these different materials. So such a material seal has been made, sealing material has been made, and this work we have done in our laboratory as well as in collaboration with our French group. Then high temperature sealant. So this is a explore. When we had done the explore alkaline earth borosilicate glasses for this application, and then we have used different kind of additive. These additives are used to change the properties to our application, what properties we want and what is our application. For that we add these additives, and they are also called as a nucleant for making the glass ceramic. Evaluate, but our aim in the experiment was to evaluate the P2O5, which mitigate the formation of barium chromate, because this is a perpetual problem with when we use the interconnect and these materials, that there is a formation of barium carbonate, chromate, which is actually deteriorating the interface. And when it deteriorates the interface, there is a sealing taking place, leak take place. So to avoid such a thing, we are trying to evaluate the P2O5 to mitigate the formation. Why P2O5? There are many this thing, and P2O5 addition enough to get the high efficiency of SO3. This was also a question. We made a lot of studies through solid oxide making by solid NMR application, and many other probes were used to quantify and analyze such a material. So I'll just go through some of the items. Addition of the P2O5 does not mitigate chromium diffusion, but P2O5 leads the enrichment of chromium oxide formation at the glass ceramic to metal interface, involving the good binding. Then P2O5 more than 2 mole% was found not good for sealing temperature, because it was when you put higher amount of P2O5, this was leading to the high temperature of sealing, which is not a good technologically. We want to produce something at a lower temperature. Then the novel composition we have used, and addition in the form of barium phosphate to avoid the negative effect of P2O5. This was some novel composition was developed, and this synergetic effect of vanadium oxide and P2O5 on the sealing properties of barium, strontium, aluminum silicate glass was studied, and we found this is very important material. Vanadium oxide, the role of vanadium oxide used to modify the sealing properties of the glass and intermediate oxide. In addition to reduce the viscosity and softening temperature, it reduces the viscosity so that it can easily flow, and the softening temperature so that we can produce the sealing at a lower temperature. These are one of the hot stain microscopy which was used for analyzing the thermal properties of this glass material. I will not to go. This is just showing the shrinkage point when you add this, shows that the addition of vanadium oxide, maximum shrinkage temperature decreases. So shrinkage temperature decreases, which is useful for making the sealing material an important application. Then this is just showing the seal interface that because the solid oxide fuel cells work for a long time for at a higher temperature, maybe 800 or something, and they have to run continuously for many months. And I think before we can lower down and do so, we studied the behavior of the interface at different at the higher temperature 800 degree for 500 hours, 500 hours, 15 hours, 1400 hours, and did not find any significant diffusion of chromium which was affecting the interface, and seal also showed a good stability. So this material and this was quite good. Then some self-healing, because our recent work has been with the self-healing, because even during the processing temperature increasing, lowering, if there is some crack develops within the material, it can lead to the leakage problem. So we add certain material within the our sealing material which we develop, which can self-sealing like wound sealing, wound are healing by themselves in our body. So similarly, some materials are added during this thing. I'll just show you how it is done. Because this is just showing the intermediate phase of biological wound. This is a biological wound when we have that on the skin. It after some time due to some process by it heals. So similarly, we have got the demonstration of the bioinspired damage trigger release of encapsulant healing the agent. In the polymer we put it, and then it self by itself, it releases in the material and it does the sealing action. Then self-healing mechanism is that normal composition is this. And so we replaced P2O5, which we are using, by vanadium oxide. And then we try to, in this process, this vanadium boride is oxidized to vanadium oxide and boron oxide, which leads to filling the crack. Because this is a glassy material form, which can at a low temperature, which can flow in the cracks, and these form later. So barium chloride, vanadium boride particles form oxides at relatively low temperature, and healing of crack is achieved at low temperature, which is useful for some sealing application with the temperature sensitive materials. I'm coming. This is actually showing that how in situ observation of the crack sealing. And actually, I had a video, but anyway, this is another way that this crack is there. There is a video which I will show at the end, where we can see that it during the process in the it gets crack filling or takes place by itself. These are again another way of showing that their interface was studied, and it has shown the good vanadium oxide with 2% mole percent was used, and this kind of microstructure and very good interface was seen. Then biomaterials, actually we have seen usable in the dentistry, orthodontics, have shown orthopedic bone surgery, then prosthesis, implants, then bone fillers, hyperthermia application, controlled drug delivery, tissue engineering, all these glass and glass ceramic material, and some of the work we have done in our laboratory, particularly hyperthermia for cancer application, we developed some materials. Now this is a glass in collaboration with IIT Guwahati, where we have worked on the biomaterials, and then we have seen that how we can make it for the useful for our hyperthermia application. It is now possible to tailor make mechanically strong biomaterials which mimic the human body by controlled crystallization of silico-calcium phosphate glasses with the selected additives. And such bioactive glass ceramics form biologically active hydroxyapatite layer on the surface that permits bonding with the bone and soft tissues. And so such a material, when it is within the body, it does not harm, but it remains there. You need not to remove it after some time by surgery. Basically, this is another experiment where it was a challenging to obtain the glassy. This is called the 45S material, which is the first glass bioglass was made. So I'll just not go into detail. This was a technique we have used and then used uh, the process of the Solgel process to make such a material. We have seen that how instead of simply phosphate, we have used ammonium phosphate precursor in the basic agent. Hence, after the complete hydrolysis, an acidic was made ammonium hydrogen phosphate increases pH and which was conducive for doing the making the glass. So this was pure glass. This was not earlier that we have published this work. Then finally, I'm coming to the glass has become an integral part of our modern life, not only because it is useful our many daily needs, but are very exotic materials from the scientific research and technology perspective. And throughout the history, we know that throughout the history, the materials have always transformed the society and culture. There are Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, Space Age, Computer Age, and so on. And now this is the Glass Age. And this is a special moment in the time arrival of the Glass Age. So that on that basis, last year, it was declared as the International Year of Glass with its application during the COVID as well as this. Then this only tells that used in almost every discipline of science, technology, and engineering, including our everyday life. And today, thinking life without glass is unimaginable. So the celebration of International Year last year, and this is a material which is for the sustainable development. So these are some of my colleagues were there in BRC and collaborators within the BRC, and then we had in the Ferrero from Portugal, this Lionel Moulton from France. This is our Bhavio. Then we have from Poland and from other institutions are Professor Srinivasan from IIT Guwahati. Then we have Professor Jogat from we have got the from Gulbarga. Then this is from the Jalandhar KMB, that is Kanya Mahavidyalaya. So with this, I come to the end of my presentation and thank you all of you for that.
Good morning, myself Dr. Vijay Jadhav from Department of Physics, and I'm here for vote of thanks of this session. Kotial sir, I was listening to your lecture constantly and your keynote address also. It was really remarkable. Please give a big hand to Kotial sir. Each and every words was really noteworthy. And sir, you talk about various areas of the glasses like sustainable development and human development. It was really commendable. Glasses and applications, nanoparticle dope glasses, Pyron, anti-reflecting glasses, heliostats, bioactive and biocompatible glasses. These are really inspiring areas. Sir, we wanted to know more about lithium aluminum silicates, solid oxide fuel cells, self-healing materials, and these are very important areas. I will request MRSI to organize the session on these particular areas in future. And sir, thank you for the future research tips. And thank you, Director sir and Principal sir, for adding the significant values in this seminar. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vijay sir. I request Dr. Rakesh Shukla, sir, please come on the dais. Good morning to all. Dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Rakesh Shukla, sir, Chemistry Division, BRC, Mumbai. This is our first invited speaker, first talk for this one-day national seminar on the advanced material and science and its application in science and technology. First of all, on behalf of Department of Chemistry, Physics, BK Birla College, Kalyan, and MRSI, I welcome you, sir, for this one-day seminar. And I request Professor Mahendra Khanpekar, sir, to felicitate Dr. Rakesh Shukla, sir, by offering the shawl, bouquet. Give a good round of applause to him. Thank you, Professor Mahendra, sir. Now, student, here I am introducing the our first invited speaker. The purpose of introducing any chief guest in front of you, you have to know about the person. In future, you can contact them, ask what is the related area or interest area of this speaker. So with that intention, because all here are the master students and online also few the other colleagues are also joining. So Dr. Rakesh Kumar is the from the first batch of chemistry category uh, first training program year 2005-6 of BRC Mumbai. He is currently working in development of sacrificial core caterer material for Indian nuclear reactor towards self-management of reactor under severe accidental scenario. Dr. Shukla's research work revolves around structural property relationship, crystallographic design, ferroelectric materials, new dielectric and lead-free relaxer materials. His other research interests are development of metastable material with tunable properties, radiation stability of materials, and sorbent material for technological applications. Dr. Shukla's work has resulted in 4 books, chapter, and more than 100 international publications in peer-reviewed journals. Dr. Shukla is a reviewer of panel or many international journals, and he has received the many awards. I will name few. The Society of bronze medal in 2023. Sir has also received the Dr. Tarun Datta Memorial Award in 2023 by Indian Association of Nuclear and Allied Sciences. DAE Group Achievement Award in 2018 by Department of Atomic Energy BRC. Sir has also received the DAE Young Scientist Award in 2016 from Department of Atomic Energy BRC Mumbai, and he's a member of several other the national and international organization. And one most important thing I will highlight here for the young student, sir has received the best thesis award by Indian Thermal Analysis Society. So with this brief introduction, I request once again, I welcome and request to Dr. Rakesh Shukla sir to deliver his talk. Thank you, sir.
Excuse.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a nice introduction. Actually, I'm filling here the gap of Professor Eki Tyagi, who, due to unavoidable circumstances, could not attend this lecture. So, filling in his shoes is really difficult for me also, but I'll try. And after such a nice lecture by Professor Kotial, when the ball has started rolling, my is the first lecture, so I'll try to manage it. Uh, the topic that I will be discussing is art of synthesis of material. So after so many things, if anyone asks me who are you, actually I will say I'm a material chemist who synthesizes material for advanced application. Okay. So in last few decades, if we see, the materials have gained much more importance. New and new technologies are coming and everyone is asking for new improved materials. So why synthesis of material is significant? The first thing that comes to our mind, it is for the development of society. Why for the development of society? It is because any advancement in material science and technology will lead to development of society. And for advancement in material and technology, we need to synthesize new or improved materials. And it goes vice versa also. Once you synthesize new or improved material, it added to the advancement in technology and again leading to the development of society. Coming to the cycle of materials, it is a non-ending cycle. In this, we select a material for a particular application. We do synthesis and processing, study the structure and properties, behavior. Finally, we evaluate the material for its functionality and performance. If it is one of the best material, it goes for application. The search doesn't end here. We again go for, can we synthesize a better material than what we have synthesized right now? And then we again go for material optimization, and this cycle goes on continuing and giving us new material and new technology output. So for these kinds of material, we have got several preparation routes. I am just listing maybe 5% of them that I will be discussing today. One of the most common technique is ceramic method, that is solid state method. Then comes the soft chemical method, which includes combustion synthesis, template, co-precipitation, sonochemistry, hydrothermal, solvothermal, microwave. Then there are other sophisticated techniques like soft intercalation, deintercalation, ion exchange method. We can go for high pressure methods. There are certain vacuum heat treatments, melt quench technique that Professor Kotial has mentioned for glasses. Then we have got further highly sophisticated processing techniques where we can directly synthesize thin films with inkjet printing, screen printing, spin coating. Then we can also synthesize certain nanomaterials by biological routes of bacteria and fungi. Coming to the first synthesis method, that is solid state synthesis. It is one of the most conventional method that has been used by scientists. In this case, we use approximately the stoichiometric amount of the reactants. We grind them in a mortar pestle. We make a pellets of that and heat it for a longer duration of time. After certain heating, we follow several heating steps protocol with intermittent heating and grinding. Crucible selection has to be of great importance because it should not react with the crucible material. Suppose I want to synthesize lanthanum chromate. So I will take stoichiometric amount of lanthanum oxide, stoichiometric amount of chromium oxide, and then I will grind it, make a pellet, put it in a furnace. I will obtain certain compound. Then I will, with intermittent grinding, I will go on recording and study till the compound is formed. Now, how do we come to know at what temperature we have to heat? So for that, we have to compile the melting temperature, decomposition temperature of the reactants, their vapor pressure, and the crucible materials. Some idea can be taken from Tammann's law and Hedwall effect, where Tammann's law says that diffusion of ion becomes very substantial at 0.5 to 0.7 times of the melting temperature. So if suppose one of your reactant is low melting, so you take 0.7 times of the melting temperature. Since solid state reaction is a diffusion controlled reaction, so the diffusion will be very high and we will get our compound at lower temperature. Similarly, suppose your compound is having a phase transformation, head wall effects comes into the picture because reactivity of solids increases considerably in the vicinity of a phase transformation. So with this knowledge, we can move to ceramic methods. So these are the mechanism. Suppose I have got two grains. In our case, it was lanthanum oxide and chromium oxide. They are in intimate contact. So there will be diffusion among the lanthanum and chromium to balance the electron neutrality. So there will be a product layer formed. The further diffusion is difficult. So that's why we are doing intermittent grinding so that we can get the product at lower temperature. What are the factors that are affecting the solid state reaction? First, temperature, because it is diffusion of cations, they require temperature. Duration of heating, nature of reactants. Sorry. What? Hello? Am I audible? Okay. One of the example I will show you of our own where we have synthesized barium borosilicate glass for thorium incorporation. Everyone knows that thorium is a fuel in the nuclear reactor. So we need to sometime immobilize thorium. For that, we need to develop a matrix because thorium is insoluble in most of the glasses. So with respect to that, a barium borosilicate glass has been designed with different compositions of this shown here. And it can be seen that almost 20 weight% of thoria can be immobilized in the glasses that have been made in this shown in this research. The scanning electron images and backscattering images shows that the glass is clean, and after 24 weight%, it starts showing crystals of thorium. So after ceramic method, we come to solid metathesis. It is the reaction that we have studied in standard 9. It is a simple double exchange reaction where the partner cations or anions are exchanged. So if suppose I want to make lead titanate, it is a perovskite material. I take lithium titanate, I take lead chloride, I grind it in a mortar pestle. What I get lead titanate plus lithium chloride. I wash up the lithium chloride, I get pure lead titanate, and sometimes in nanoforms if I can do it at lower temperature. So what is the driving force of this reaction? Driving force is the stability of the alkali metal chlorides. Now, how to synthesize air sensitive materials like fluorides? You take your reactants, place it in a tantalum foil or a platinum foil, seal it in a quartz ampule under argon, and then you carry out the reaction. One such example I will show you, indium hafnium fluoride. It is a new compound with monovalent indium. It has been synthesized by us here. So coming to the problems with heat and beat methods, they require very high temperature. Reaction is diffusion limited. It may give rise to incomplete steps or multi-steps are required. It may give compositional inhomogeneous product. We cannot obtain metastable products. It may not get the desired microstructure. Sometimes we require a desired microstructure which we are not getting by this kinds of method. So what are the solutions for it? We can go for decrease the diffusion distance, make the material nano and then allow it to react. Then intimate mixing of cations, perform reaction with the molten flux, where flux helps in the mobility of cations. Or we can go for soft chemical synthesis. One of the method, again, the other method is hydrothermal method. The advantage of this method is it gives defect-free materials. It highly crystalline material can also be used for making nanoparticles, single crystals, different forms, nanowire, nanorod, even metastable pieces can be stabilized. We need some soluble salts for it. I'll show. This is the typical hydrothermal setup. It consists of a stainless steel autoclave container. It has got a Teflon liner. So this Teflon liner is open. If we take all the solution in this, adjust the pH, close it, and from top we seal this autoclave. We keep it for 100 to 200 degrees Celsius for 1 to 8 days actually. If we are trying to make any mineral and a salt, then we keep it for 8 days also. Finally, we take it out, remove this liner, take the product, wash it, and we get clean compounds. One example of this, I'll show you. We have prepared layered zinc pyrovanidates by this route. We have taken zinc carbonate, easily available, ammonium vanadate, adjusted the pH to 9, we get a precipitate. This precipitate was autoclaved for different times, like 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 2 hours, 5 hours. At every temperature, we have got different morphologies. And very clean morphology was obtained at 30 minutes to 2 hours, where clean hexagonal compound have been obtained. This compound was it was seen that in 95 minutes, this shows complete degradation of the dye. Now, this was all about the bulk material. Now, let's move to preparation of nanocrystalline materials. There are very easy two approaches. Top is also called as a physicist approach, where we do laser ablation, vacuum evaporation, high energy ball milling, inert gas condensation, sputtering. Or we can go for a chemist approach where we go from bottom to up. We can do gel combustion, solid state metathesis, hydrothermal with surfactants, solid state pyrolytic reaction, self-organization, ultrasonochemical process, and micelle assisted synthesis. Even biological route like fungus and bacteria gives nanocrystalline products. Sol gel method. In this case, we take corresponding alkoxides. These alkoxides are then allowed to undergo complexation, followed by hydrolysis, condensation, and sintering to obtain the particular compound. In this sol gel process, we take either we can dry it by supercritical extraction to get aerogel, which is very low density material, or we can go for non-supercritical extraction where we get high density materials. These materials are very useful for strategic applications. Advantage of these kinds of material synthesis is starting materials are in molecular level. Final products are very clean and homogeneous. Products are with higher purity. We can control the degree of porosity. We can make in any shape what we want. That's one of the most advantage of this method. It allows fine control of the product chemical compositions. It enables even small quantity doping. But there are certain limitations also. It takes relatively longer time and organic solvents are required. Coming to my most uh, uh, liking method, that is gel combustion reaction. I have performed demo reaction of this gel combustion in your college a few years ago. Gel combustion is basically a redox reaction where the combustion happens or the reaction happens between the oxidant, which is corresponding metal nitrate or oxynitrate, and an organic moiety which we called as fuel. These fuels are hydrogen, urea, glycine, citric acid, or many others organic materials. So what happens? This metal oxynitrate form complex with citrate or glycine, and on evaporation, it forms a gel. So it is a two-step method. In first step, we make liquid precursor that is also called as gel. And then on further heating, this gel undergoes auto-ignition to give the product. What are the merits of this process? It is a versatile process. In this, we are getting atomistic level blending. It does not require any elaborate experimental setup. These reactions we have done in your college with hot plate and beaker. The combustion process utilizes cheap raw chemicals, which are nitrates. The method is capable of stabilizing metastable phases. Since this method of synthesis is a non-equilibrium method, we can synthesize several metastable compounds with this method. This combustion synthesized powder can be sintered to very high density, and we can tune to a level, particle size, surface area, etc. Along with the merits, there are certain demerits. As the combustion synthesized powder are highly voluminous in nature, their handling and transferring requires special care. These powder usually exhibit high dimensional shrinkage, so that has to be taken into consideration while we are making the pellets or anything else. Only oxide nanopowders can be prepared by this method. Control over particle size distribution is not very accurate, but it can be done by tuning the oxidant to fuel ratio of the combustion reaction. And morphology control is also difficult. Extensive, we cannot do it, but to some extent we can have the control. One example where I show that we can tune the particle size from 10 nanometer to 15 nanometer to 24 nanometer by changing the oxidant to fuel ratio. When we are changing the oxidant to fuel ratio, basically we are tuning the exothermicity of the reaction and the number of gaseous product coming out. So by that, we can tune the particle size also. Ceria yttria nanopowder was synthesized by citric nitrate combustion. And in this case, I can show you that we have achieved 99% theoretical density, which is of in just 2 hours at 1400. It is a one step towards nanoionics. We all know that combustion can synthesize metastable products. Chromium in 5+ oxidation state is metastable. It is very difficult to stabilize chromium in 5+ oxidation state. But with gel combustion synthesis, again a non-equilibrium method, I discussed, we take corresponding rare earth nitrate, chromium nitrate, here chromium is in 3+. We take fuel deficient ratio. And when we calcine the material, we get chromium in 5+ oxidation state. This on heating at around 800 gives you rare earth chromate with chromium in 3+, usual. So we have synthesized complete series of rare earth from lanthanum to lutetium. And what we saw, this nanocrystalline rare earth chromate was highly porous. And if we move from rare earth chromate to rare earth, this also was porous. But when we move from directly from stoichiometric, we get very hard agglomerates of rare earth chromates. So here we can even tune the nature of agglomerates by this method. This is an example of holmium chromate. We make it nano, around 40 nanometers. Now, like chromium 5 plus is metastable, cerium 3 plus with oxides is metastable. Cerium is very much stable with oxygen in +4 oxidation state. With +3, it is very difficult. So the challenge was to develop a route for cerium 3 plus stabilization. This we have done it in our own lab. What we have done, we have first done the combustion. Why we did combustion? To obtain the powder in the nano form, so that the reduction becomes very easy. So once we have done combustion, we take this material, pelletize it, wrap it in a tantalum or a platinum foil, heat it in a quartz tube, sealed quartz tube with small amount of zirconium sponge. Zirconium is an oxygen getter, so it consumes all the oxygen of the tube, whatever residual is there, and finally we end up with the desired compound of cerium chromate. Cerium chromate is a multifunctional material with a band gap of 3.0 and it shows relaxer ferroelectric behavior. We have solved the magnetic. This material shows good catalytic activity also. For it is a highly efficient catalyst for oxidation of secondary benzylic alcohol. This work was done in collaboration with Radha Madam at ICT Mumbai. So we know lanthanum chromate is forming, cerium chromate is forming. We can we prepare a continuous series of lanthanum cerium chromate? So we have done that also by the similar method that I have reported last slide, and we obtained a complete ideal solid solution formation which follows Vegard's law, a material which shows tunable band gap and linear trend in Neal temperature. These were all about minerals perovskite. Similar to perovskite, we have pyrochlore minerals. In these kinds of mineral, the general formula is A2B2O7. So we have made trivalent cerium zirconium oxide Ce2Zr2O7. In this Ce2Zr2O7, we can put oxygen as per our need and we can extract oxygen as per our need. So this can be an air demand analyzer where we can move from Ce2Zr2O7 to Ce2Zr2O8 completely filled analog, and we can move to and fro as long as we require. It can be very cleanly seen here. We have solved the structure, polyhedral structure of this, how it changes, and this is used as redox catalyst. We have also studied its catalyst with NCL Pune with Professor T. Raja for ethyl benzene to styrene, which is a highly commercial reaction. And we got 93 to 95% selectivity of this material. And yield was approximately 50%, which is commercially viable. All the parameters that have been shown here. I'll move to next. Same cerium zirconium oxide catalyst just after preparation in nanoform. Matlab, I have not reduced it. I am directly using it for Suzuki coupling with water, a green solvent. We can easily show that it shows Suzuki coupling even for bromides. It is an efficient protocol, uses green solvent, significant activity for less reactive also, 97%. The role of reducible support on cerium zirconium was significant, and it was seen that presence of slight cerium 3 plus, which automatically happens when we are doing combustion because we are using carbon wala fuel. Because carbon is there, it partially reduces cerium 3 plus, and it was synergistic effect in the catalytic activity. Same we have also, after loading with palladium, it has been used for C oxidation, and this shows 100% conversion at 140 degrees Celsius and no degradation up to 12 hours. We have not studied further. Now, agglomeration is a big problem in combustion and precipitation. can we have agglomerate-free powder? For that, we have developed a method. You just add small amount of hydrogen peroxide to the solution. It breaks the network. All the grains are now connected with peroxo linkage. I'll show you here. So here we can see this. The mean particle size is 15 when we are not using peroxide. When we are using peroxide, the mean particle size is 7 nanometer. And this shows better catalytic activity for CO oxidation. So this is the peroxo linkage. And because of this, we can prove that this peroxo linkage is helping in softer agglomeration and better particle size control. After combustion, let's discuss something about sonochemistry. In sonochemistry, what we have ultrasonic waves which do the work for us. We have a solution, we tune to a particular pH. Now at particular pH, we introduce ultrasonic waves. These ultrasonic waves causes bubble, acoustic cavitation. This bubble grows till sonic waves are passing. And after the critical size, it will implode. This implosion creates shock among the bubble. This bubble was our microreactor. And during this implosion, our compound was formed. So I've discussed all these things. These extreme transient condition of bubble breaking, cavitation allows the formation of unique materials. So my friends who will be doing synthesis of materials, these kinds of techniques will be really useful for you. Even this can be done in your laboratory sonicators. You can synthesize some of your compounds. One example I will show for this, where we have synthesized nanocrystalline indium oxides. We have taken indium ethoxide. We could have taken nitrate also. We can have a surfactant and just pass ultrasonic waves. We get indium hydroxide, beautiful nanocubes. And on just slight heating, they transform to indium oxide, which is very clean 9 nanometer particle size. So what are the advantages of sonic chemical methods? The nanoparticles are synthesized at ambient temperature. The reaction rate achieved using ultrasound is quite high. Very less time is required. It is a quick and a simple method. And various shapes assembly of nanoparticles, core in shell, nano belts, nano wires can be prepared. What not? Limitations. See, there are limitations also. Because it is a high temperature, high pressure method, that cavitation, heat sensitive materials cannot withstand, so they cannot be prepared. Scaling up becomes difficult, but if we want sophisticated material, then I think we have to move to alternate methods. And these are energy intensive methods. We have to use electrical energy for our synthesis. An example of solid state pyrolytic reaction, everything is same like gel combustion. Only thing here, we are not using any solvent. We take zinc acetate, manganese acetate, lithium acetate, add some, grind it together and just heat it. During this, lots of evolution of gases will take place and you will get your nanomaterial. Solvothermal method, in this, we are using an example, zinc gallium oxide doped with lanthanum, which is a very good red light emitter doped with europium. Here it can be seen, we have taken zinc nitrate, gallium nitrate in presence of ethylene glycol and urea just at 120 degrees Celsius, laboratory chemistry. We get highly dispersible nanomaterial. And this dispersion can work even in chloroform, oil, and water. Cerium phosphate doped with terbium. This is a very efficient green light emitter, and we have made nano leaves just as low temperature as 120 degrees Celsius. And these are highly dispersible in oil and water. One of the most stable compound existing in nature is alpha aluminium oxide, which is corundum structure. It is an hexagonal closed pack of oxygen in which 2/3 of octahedral is occupied by aluminium. Same aluminum oxide, when made in nanoform, it adopts gamma structure. Gamma structure is similar to spinel. Spinel is AB2O4. Here we have A dash and a vacancy and O3 and one more oxygen vacancy. जितना ये stable है, the more this is stable, the less this is stable. This is highly reactive. I'll show one example of it. This work has gone to hospital stage. We have synthesized mechanochemical synthesis of nanocrystalline alumina by metathetic reaction, where we have taken aluminum nitrate, ammonium carbonate. We have grinded it well and just heated it. We get nanocrystalline aluminum oxide. Very high surface area, 250 meters square per gram. This is a very good source for 188 tungsten. 188 tungsten undergoes radioactive decay to give 188 rhenium. So we can elute this rhenium as and when we require and use it for radiopharmaceutical application. This work has been carried out, and some of the radionuclide generators have been given to Tata Hospital. Similarly, we have also prepared mesoporous tin oxide for 68 germanium gallium. Gallium is a positron emitter. Everyone knows positron emission tomography, PET scan. So this is the positron emitter which has been used for of gallium. One more example where we have just used room temperature grinding to obtain an additional compound, ammonium vanadium oxyfluoride. Problem. Okay. Till now, what we have discussed was self-assembling and other thing. Now let's move to template synthesis. What is this template synthesis? You have something, you make the shape of what you have, that something. So now these templates can be soft, they can be hard. The soft templates can be surfactants, colloidal particles, shape directing molecules, oligomers, bubbles, colloids, anything. Depending upon the pH and the concentration, they assume different shape. So now they act as the template. We can have our particles made as per the template this. And not only this, these soft templates are very easy to remove just by washing with water or slight acid. They can be removed, or just by heating at 200, 300 degrees Celsius. These soft templates can be easily removed. So these are very good methods for synthesizing nanomaterials. Other than this, we have hard templates. Hard templates are generally oxides of silicates, borates, aluminum, and different form. So what we carry out the reaction inside these cavities or over these materials. But removing these hard templates are a bit difficult. So either we leave the template as it is, or we do it very sophisticated by treating it with HF or some hard reagents. Template of this, you can see this template of anodized alumina template. This template is found by anodization of aluminum foil with platinum as cathode and oxalic acid as electrolyte. Then we can do this. These pores are formed. This pore can be filled by various physical chemical deposition electrodeposition, injections, chemical treatment, and others. Similar to that technique, we can have different morphology, core shell morphology, two different interface technology, or shell in core, matlab reversal, we can have this way. This is how it looks under microscope. These are the anodic aluminum oxide templates. One-dimensional materials. Nowadays, there is lots of buzzing about one-dimensional materials, one-dimensional magnetic materials, and so on. So when we call any material one-dimensional, when its aspect ratio, length to diameter is more than 10:1, and they are single crystalline. Their unique properties are they have got large surface to volume ratio, high transport mobility in one direction, and quantum confinement. So we have done materials which are defect-free zinc oxides by taking advantage of chemistry at higher temperature. We have made nano rackets. It's not working. Okay. Here we have made tetrapods, simple rods by crucial role of reaction condition. By manipulating the role of reaction condition, we made different morphology and find out the mechanism how these tetrapods grow. Processing methods, this zinc oxide or the spintronic materials, every can be made into ink, and this ink can be printed on the circuit board as in how we required. If you want to make any thin film, it can be done. So, and we have shown the photo response of this thin film, and this work was published in Journal of Material Chemistry. Now, coming to flexible, everyone knows that Fe3O4 is magnetic. Polyvinylidene difluoride is a polymer which is ferroelectric. If we make a hybrid composite of this, will we have magnetoelectric coupling in this kinds of material? This was proved. So we have made flexible hybrids which can be twisted and turned, and we found that there exists a magnetoelectric coupling in these kinds of materials. So see, these kinds of talk does not have conclusion, but I'll say that a wide variety of methods for material synthesis are available. You select your material synthesis method as per your requirement or based on the application. But I'll say one thing, these soft chemical routes are going to play important role in future. If you want to adopt any career, I think soft chemical routes synthesis will be the one. Low energy process, green protocols, and metastable materials. Metastable materials, materials at interfaces are the material of future. And scaling up of the synthesis is sometimes an issue which should be taken up by the young peoples like I myself also. So we can together work and get into this direction. These are certain books published by Professor Tyagi. I have chapter in these books, which will be of useful to you people. For synthesis strategies, we have published 3 volumes. Volume 1 based on techniques and fundamentals. Volume 2 on processing and functionalization of materials. And volume 3 on material specific synthesis strategies. This book be of wonderful use to people who will be trying to start their career on materials. And finally, I would like to thank organizers, all the colleagues, students, my collaborator, and thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh Shukla, sir. First of all, I should thanks to Professor A.K. Tyagi sir because of his health was not good, and at 11th hour yesterday evening only, he requested Dr. Rakesh Shukla sir to deliver the talk. So I must thanks to Professor A.K. Tyagi sir and also to Dr. Rakesh Shukla sir. He has given he started with the physical synthesis, chemical synthesis, bulk material, and then nanomaterial. So there are several techniques and tools are available for the synthesized bulk, but the Tagisar's group is working on very simplest Beaker chemistry reactions in the any laboratory can do this synthesis and obtain the nanoparticles of various size like nanotube, nanowire, and many more. So thank you very much, sir, for giving a wonderful talk to our young students. And on behalf of MRSI and BK Birla College, Kalyan, I must thank to you for giving your valuable time and deliver a talk on this occasion. Thank you very much. Next, I request Professor Dongre sir to introduce the second session of this national seminar. I request Professor to be on the dais.
Hello, hello.
Check.
Hello, 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 hello,
Check.
hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Check, check. Hello, 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 hello. Please.
After the first invited talk, let us begin with the second invited talk by Dr. A. Thamizavel sir. On behalf of BK Birla College and MRSI, I welcome you, sir, in this seminar. I request Dr. Sandesh Zabai sir to felicitate the today's speaker. Let me introduce the sir. Dr. A. Thamizavel sir is professor in Department of Condensed Matters Physics and Material Science. His present work of place is Tata Institute of Fundamental Science, Fundamental Research, Mumbai. He completed his PhD in 1997 from Anna University. He has many awards on his credit. In past, he worked from 1998 to 2001 in the Department of Material Science and Engineering, Kyoto University, Japan. And then he shifted to 2001 to 2005 in Graduate School of Science, Osaka University, Osaka, Japan. And currently, from 2006, sir is working in Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. Various awards at his credit. Few I will read. Dr. B.R. Laxman Memorial Prize by University of Madras, where he completed his post-graduation. CSIR Senior Research Fellowship Award by Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, New Delhi, Government of India. Mombusho Fellowship awarded by Japanese government. Next award is JSPS Postdoctoral Fellowship by Japanese government. It is very enlightening and feeling happy to know that sir guided 3 PhD students and 4 students are still working for their PhD work under his guidance. Sir has guided till 7 scholars for their postdoctoral study. And it is very happy to know that such eminent speaker who published more than 250 research papers in national and international journal is here to enlighten us, all of us, seminar. Let us clap for that. Thus, research interest area includes crystal growth of strongly correlated electron systems with a focus on rare earth-based intermediate systems and oxide materials, topological materials, crystal growth and their characterization. T has Van Alphen and Subnico D has quantum oscillation studies on high quality single crystals, Hall effect and magnetotransfer studies. These are the research interest areas of the sir. I'm very happy to invite him on this seminar. Sir, please begin with your invited talk. Here is this.
Okay, so okay, so good afternoon to everyone. At the outset, let me thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak in front of this young audience, mostly research scholars and MSc students. I'm so delighted to see that your hunger for knowledge. At 12:45 p.m., you are sitting to listen my lecture, ignoring your hunger. So there is I can see lots of hunger in your research or to learn some new things. Yeah. So the previous two speakers have done the job very excellently in the sense that the first speaker talked about the glass ceramic materials, amorphous systems. The second speaker spoke about the material synthesis. So from amorphous materials to polycrystalline samples. So now I'm going to talk about single crystals. So the title of my talk goes like this: Crystal Growth and Anisotropic Studies of Strongly Correlated Electron Systems. So TIFR has been working on these kind of correlated electron system where there is a strong electron-electron interaction, where the materials which exhibit a strong electron-electron interaction. So these kind of materials have been synthesized and studied in Tata Institute of Fundamental Research 4 to 5 decades. And the previous speakers spoke about some applications of their materials. But as you know, I'm coming from a fundamental research institute. So I'm not going to talk anything about application-oriented research. So my research focuses on fundamental physics. So I'm going to talk about some of the materials that we have synthesized. I'm going to take two examples, and I'm going to go in detail of these materials. I'm going to discuss about their magnetic properties, anisotropic properties, etc. Okay, so let's proceed. So crystal growth is a branch of science which has three different flavors. It's an art, it's a science, and it's a technology. So it's an art because you need to have some experience and expertise to grow a crystal. So I should not compare this with the glass ceramic technology or polycrystalline samples or something like that. So, but you need to put some extra effort to get a single crystal, to grow a single crystal. So if you put that extra effort, you have some extra benefits. So in all your latest gadgets and all these materials, there are lots of single crystals are used. So even this iPhone camera, iPhone glass is a single crystalline material. So some of these high, and even there are the chips which are used like semiconducting materials, they are on single crystals. So now I mentioned that crystal growth is the branch of science, which is an art. So that means supposing if you are setting up your lab, you are buying a new instrument. So let's say that you are buying a crystal growth instrument. The crystal growth instrument, if you put some material, it will not result in a crystal. You need to have some proper experience and expertise to get a single crystal out of that. So that's what it's an art. And it's a science because you need to know the melting behavior. You need to know the vaporization, the vapor pressure. You need to know the reaction behavior and all these things. So it is a science and it is a technology. You see that we can grow single crystals as huge as 200 kilograms. This is a single crystal photograph of silicon. You know, these days, silicon is used in solar cell industries, and we need to have lots of single crystalline wafers of silicon. So for this, we need to have a good substrate materials, and silicon is an ideal substrate material, and we need to have a defect-free, high-quality silicon single crystals. So any one of you, if you want to become an entrepreneur in future, you can take crystal growth as your career. Okay. So now let me begin with a very basic question. What is a single crystal? So since some of you must be studying your MSc or even in your BSc, sometimes you might have studied a textbook definition, which says that single crystals is a homogeneous body consisting of a three-dimensional periodic arrangement of atoms, ions, or molecules. So this is a textbook like definition. You take solid state physics Kittel book, in the first chapter, you can see exactly the same words in there. But there is an alternate definition. The alternate definition says that the materials which produce diffractive spots are single crystalline. So that means you take any material and you do an electron diffraction or an X-ray diffraction, and you can see that if the material produces a diffraction spots, then we can say that it is a single crystal. Now the question arises, having said something about single crystal, what is a polycrystal? A polycrystal is nothing but a large number of tiny crystallites. I think something is, so it takes some time because I'm connected through Teams. So your polycrystal is nothing but large number of tiny crystallites. So what happens in the case if you take a diffraction pattern of a single crystal? As I told you, the materials which produce diffraction spots are single crystalline. And if I do an electron diffraction or a Lowe diffraction, any X-ray diffraction or something like that, I can see this kind of very nice symmetric patterns on a single crystal. So now the question arises, what happens in a polycrystal? A polycrystal will show these kind of concentric rings because you have in a single crystal, there are no grind boundaries. It's a single domain. So there are no grind boundaries. On the other hand, so that's why we see very nice diffraction pattern. On the other hand, in the case of a polycrystalline sample, you have the grinds which are oriented in different crystallographic directions. So each grind will produce something similar kind of pattern and with a small angle of tilt. So if you see closely at the center of this one, when these grinds which are producing different diffraction patterns, when they're slightly reoriented, so you can see that these kind of the concentric rings will appear if you connect these dots. So the materials which produce polycrystalline, which are polycrystalline, will produce these kind of concentric rings in the diffraction pattern. So, but what is so special about single crystals? So you can study the anisotropic physical properties. So what is an anisotropic physical property? So I've written that to measure the anisotropic physical properties, you need a single crystal. So let's discuss something about an anisotropic property. I think it's getting very slow here. So let me give you some example. So this is a electrical resistivity of a compound. Ignore the compound for the minute. It's a polycrystalline sample. Cerium-2, nickel-3, germanium-5. It looks a little bit complicated. Ignore that for a moment. It's an electrical resistivity of a polycrystalline samples, and it crystallizes in the orthorhombic crystal structure. So most of you can immediately imagine if I say orthorhombic, the lattice constant A is not equal to B is not equal to C, and alpha, beta, gamma equal to 90 degrees. So this is your electrical resistivity of a polycrystalline sample. If I grow a single crystal of this compound, then I take a sample, which is a single crystal of this compound, and I pass the current along the C-axis, namely the 001 direction. That means I make the electrical contact such that my current is flowing in this direction, and I measure the voltage and I measure the electrical resistivity. The electrical resistivity looks like this, the blue color curve. I remove the contact now, and I pass the current along the B-axis like this in this direction. On the same sample, the electrical resistivity reads like this. The absolute value at 300 Kelvin is roughly about of the order of 100 microohm centimeter. On the other hand, I remove the electrical contacts along the B-axis. Now I make the electrical contact along the A-axis. I see the electrical resistivity is huge. So on the same sample, depending on in which direction I pass the electrical current, the electrical resistivity is different. So this is called anisotropic. So to study these kind of anisotropic physical properties, you need to have single crystalline samples. That's why it's important to grow the single crystal and study the anisotropic properties. So since we are involved in the magnetic materials, we study lots of magnetic related materials. So I'll just show you some more example of magnetocrystalline anisotropy. So this is an example of an ideal antiferromagnet where the susceptibility drops down to 0 below the magnetic ordering temperature. Suppose, as you know, the antiferromagnetic ordering, the spins are oppositely aligned. Because they are oppositely aligned, anyway, essentially you will reach this 0 value because of this opposite alignment of spins along the easy axis direction. So along the hard axis direction, you will see the susceptibility is almost flat. So to study this type of anisotropic physical properties, you need to have single crystals. So this is susceptibility versus temperature. We can study the magnetization by sitting at a temperature much less than the antiferromagnetically ordering temperature. If you measure the magnetization, you can see that along one of the crystallographic direction, the magnetization will show a spin flip like metamagnetic transition. That means it's an antiferromagnet. You keep on applying a magnetic field. At a critical field, this spin will flip and it will become a ferromagnet. So all antiferromagnets will become ferromagnet at high magnetic fields. So this is called field-induced ferromagnet. So here, the magnetic moments are oppositely aligned. I'm applying a field in this direction. And at this point, the spins flip towards the field direction. And all of them are aligning towards the field direction. And this is called a field-induced ferromagnetic state. You can see that if I apply a field perpendicular to this one, that means along the hard axis of magnetization, then I don't see this kind of, on the same sample, I don't see this kind of metamagnetic jump. So this is called easy axis of magnetization, and this is called hard axis of magnetization. So to study these kind of easy axis and hard axis of magnetization, we need to have single crystals. So then the question comes now, how do we prepare the single crystals? So if you have a furnace with a precise temperature controller, you can grow some of the crystals. It's a very trivial thing, but sometimes you need to put some extra effort. There's lots of delay. Can you check this one? So it's not displaying the next slide here. Now it's come. This is because of the internet's speed.
Okay, this one's right.
Yeah, this is right. Okay, so these are the different crystal growth methods that are available in our lab, and we can grow these single crystals by employing these different techniques. So we have a Zukrowski furnace. I mean, the Zukrowski method. We employ Zukrowski method to grow some single crystals. We employ flux growth method, and we employ Bridgman method to grow the single crystals. So these are some of the crystals that we have grown. A partial list. We have grown plenty of crystals. So just to show you some of the materials that we have grown. So these are some of the lists of crystals that we have grown. So how do we choose the method of crystal growth? The method of crystal growth is chosen based on the phase diagram. Really annoying. So we need to look into the binary phase diagram. Or if the phase diagram is available, we have to check the phase diagram to choose the method of crystal growth. Suppose, for example, in this case, this is a binary phase diagram of silver and neodymium. At a 50-50 concentration, you can see that the silver and neodymium forms a homogeneous liquid beyond this point. And when you pull down, it remains in the same phase. There is no any dissociation of phase. So this is called congruent melting point. And these kind of compounds can be grown directly from its melt. So that means you melt it and you can slowly pull the crystal, you can get the crystal. And here there is a dissociation at 825. For example, silver to neodymium shows a dissociation at around 825 degrees centigrade. This is called incongruent melting point. And for a certain specific composition, you can see that the melting point has come down considerably. The silver melting point is 960 and neodymium is 1020. But for a particular composition of 80 silver and 20 neodymium, you see that the melting point has come down to 640 degrees centigrade. So this is called an eutectic point. So in some of the cases, we can grow the crystal from directly from its melt. For example, if the material is incongruently melting, you have to dissolve it in some solvent and grow the single crystals. So, so right now, I have explained to you the various techniques that we have in our lab, the facilities, Zukralski method, flux growth method, and Bridgman method. And also the method, I mean, how do we choose the method of crystal growth? That is based on the binary phase diagram or the phase diagram which is available. Now, I will discuss about something about the rare earth intermetallics. What is so special about rare earth intermetallics? Why are we so interested in studying these kind of rare earth intermetallic compounds? So these rare earth intermetallic compounds contain F electron elements. If you see the periodic table, these rare earth elements, they are separated from the main periodic table and kept at the bottom, which starts from lanthanum to lutetium. This is 4F series, and the 5F series is the actinide series. So if you look into the general electronic configuration of a lanthanide series, this lanthanum to lutetium, you can see that it has a xenon core. It has a xenon core followed by 4F shell and then followed by 5D1 and 6S2. So these 5D1 and 6S2 are the valence electrons. That means they can move anywhere inside this sample. And these 4F electrons are highly localized. They are attracted by the nuclear pull and they don't move out anywhere. So the localized 4F electrons in the lanthanides produces a magnetic moment because of its localized nature. So if you see that for lanthanum, there is no F electron. For cerium, there is one F electron. As you go from cerium to lutetium, you are increasing one electron to this. So you are putting one electron in the 4F shell, whereas the outer shell 5D1 and 6S2 remains the same. That means even if you come from cerium to lutetium, the valence state remains 3. There is no valence change in this case. So that's why all the rare earths are exhibiting 3+ valence state. And the 4F shell is getting fit. And because of this unpaired electron here of the 4F shell, you have this magnetism, which arises from the spin and the orbital motion. So this leads to the magnetism in these kind of rare earth intermetallic compounds. So the main point here is that the rare earths are trivalent. There are certain exemptions. Sometimes cerium shows tetravalent and europium shows divalent behavior, and ytterbium shows some divalent behavior also. So those are special cases, which I'm not going to discuss anything. But right now, the point here is that the 4F shell are trivalent in nature. Okay, so now having said that, the 4F electrons are highly localized. That means the F electrons are surrounded by this conduction electron C of 5D1 and 6S2. How these 4F electrons interact with other 4F electron, which is sitting at a distant far off place. Like for example, can you copy this in your computer and then put it there? Do you have a, but because it is, I am already in the other slide. Printed. No, mail. Okay. Oh, we have to stop this one. What is the mail address? Exactly. Yes, I have sent you the. I'm sorry about this technical issue. I've left the. I've quit the. Yeah, I've already quit the. But I think it's. Yes. Thank you. So now the 4f electrons are highly localized, and the outermost electrons are 5d1 and 6s2, which are the conduction electrons. And these 4f electrons cannot interact within themselves. I mean, they are very far away, so the 4f electrons cannot interact among by itself. So because the spatial extent of this 4f orbital is only 0.3 angstrom. So you can see this is the red, the spatial extent of this cerium wave function is highly localized. The outermost 5D1 and 6S2 wave functions, they can overlap with the wave functions of the other cerium atom. So there can be an interaction. There cannot be an interaction because of the highly localized nature of this cerium atom. So now, how do they interact and how the magnetic ordering happens in the case of these rare earth based intermetallic compounds? So that happens by means of this called RKKY interaction. That means there is a localized F electron which is sitting here, and there is a next F electron which is sitting further away. And there are conduction electrons around these localized F electrons, and these F electrons polarizes this conduction electron, and this polarization is passed on to the next F electron, which is sitting at a distant place. And because of this conduction electron polarization, you have this magnetic ordering, magnetic interaction happens between the two cerium atoms. And this is given by this well-known Heisenberg exchange interaction, where J is the indirect exchange coupling constant, and S is the spin of the localized electron, and small s the spin of the conduction electrons. And you can see that as you increase the distance, the interaction weakens. I mean, if you keep the 4f electrons at much larger distance, then it will not show any magnetic ordering at all. But if you are at a sufficiently close space, then you can see some kind of magnetic ordering. So now there is another effect which is called Kondo effect, which is present in these kind of rare earth based compounds at sufficiently high temperature, which is at very above the Kondo temperature. You can see that the F electron and the conduction electron, they don't interact with each other. But as you decrease the temperature, the F electron interacts with this localized F electron, they get scattered. And because of this scattering, you can see an increase in the electrical resistivity in these kind of magnetic systems. And at sufficiently low temperature, below the Kondo temperature, the conduction electrons forms a charge cloud because there is a localized F electron. Surrounding that, there is a conduction electron which are in the opposite direction. And there is another F electron which is sitting at a far off place. And because of this conduction electron cloud, these two F electrons cannot interact and you will see a non-magnetic ground state. So that is the consequence of this Kondo effect. And at a particular, so you can, there is always a competition between this Kondo effect and RKKY interaction. So that means at a particular, so you can tune the exchange interaction by means of either doping or magnetic field or by means of application of pressure. So if you see that this is the top graph is the plot for the RKKY interaction, and the bottom one is for the Kondo interaction. So at a particular point here, you can see that there is a equal and opposite interaction happening between the Kondo temperature and the RKKY interaction. And because of this, you can see a quantum critical point. So at the quantum critical point, there are many, many interesting physics that is happening. That is, one of the things is that the Fermi liquid behavior is not obeyed. It will show a non-Fermi liquid behavior. And sometimes you will see superconductivity at this quantum critical point. So these are at sufficiently very low temperatures. So these are some of the examples of systems which exhibit this quantum critical point. And at this quantum critical point, you can see that the Landau's Fermi liquid theory, rho equal to rho 0 plus a t square, the t square behavior will be broken, and you can see a non-Fermi liquid behavior. And these are some of the examples. So as I told you, in one of the systems, cerium palladium to silicon 2, by applying a pressure, you can see that the Néel temperature, the magnetic ordering temperature decreases as you increase the pressure, and at sufficiently high pressures, about 3 gigapascal, you will see superconductivity. The magnetism is punched and you see superconductivity. So this is one of the interesting areas of physics where people are trying to understand how this magnetism and superconductivity can coexist at some places, or how this superconductivity appears after the magnetism is dead. So that's why you can see that as you increase the pressure, the magnetism Néel temperature comes down, and beyond a certain point, you can see superconductivity at much lower temperature. So these are some of the examples showing these kind of field-induced or pressure-induced superconductivity, where the Néel temperature decreases and you see superconductivity. There are many, many such systems. And one of the common features of these systems is that they have this Néel temperature and the Kondo temperature, which is shown in the red color. They are almost of the same order. And interestingly, the ordered moment, the magnetic moment size is much, much smaller. So typically for a cerium atom, you will expect a magnetic moment of 2.14 mu B in the ordered state. But here we are seeing 0.5, 0.6, 0.8, something like that, which is much, much less. This is because of the Kondo effect. So these are the important factors one should look for to see the superconductivity in such systems. So we have looked into one of the materials which shows something similar behavior, and that material is cerium magnesium 3. So we try to grow the single crystal of this compound. We work only on single crystals. We don't work on polycrystalline samples. So the first thing is that we wanted to know how we can grow the single crystals. So by looking at the binary phase diagram, I can find out that it melts at 800 degrees centigrade, roughly at 796 degrees centigrade, and it is melting congruently. That means I can grow this compound directly from its melt. So I have used Bridgman technique to grow the single crystals. So the Bridgman technique is a very, very simple method of crystal growth, where you take the material in a sharp tip crucible, sharp tip ampule, and then you keep the ampule in a 2-zone furnace. Initially, you keep it at the hot zone at the top of this top zone, which is hot zone, and you slowly descend the crucible into this furnace, where the tip experiences a low temperature region as it enters into the cold zone. And because of that, the nucleation happens at the tip of the crucible. And as you descend the crucible much, much slower, at a very slow rate, you can get that single crystals growing in that. So this is one of the ways to grow the single crystal. And this method of crystal growth is called Bridgman technique. And we have grown the single crystal of this cerium magnesium 3 using this technique. You can see that there is a sharp tip crucible, and this sharp tip alumina crucible is taken in an molybdenum crucible. And this molybdenum crucible is further sealed inside a quartz tube. So now you may ask a question, why not we can just simply use this alumina crucible and then seal it in a quartz tube? Magnesium has a high vapor pressure. And because of this high vapor pressure, when you heat it above the melting point of this magnesium, the vapor pressure will become large inside the quartz ampule. And there is a possibility that it will explode the ampule. So to avoid that, we are sealing it inside a metallic crucible, molybdenum crucible. So since molybdenum will get oxidized at elevated temperature, we are sealing this molybdenum crucible inside a quartz ampule in a vacuum. So once you do this one, you do the temperature profile, put it in a temperature in a furnace using this temperature profile, we can get nice single crystal here. I think the image is shown here. This is a single crystal photograph. But as I told you, if I show this image, you may not accept that it is a single crystal. But in the first slide, I mentioned to you that anything which produces a diffraction spot is a single crystal. So next, we did the Laue diffraction, and you can see that it produces very nice symmetric diffraction pattern to confirm that whatever that we have grown is a single crystal. And this is a powder X-ray diffraction, X-ray diffraction of the grown sample, and we got a single phase sample. And after confirming all these things, we went for these physical property measurements. So we have measured the magnetic susceptibility, and we found that at 2.3 Kelvin, you can see that there is a sudden drop in the magnetic susceptibility here, and which shows that that is the magnetic transition temperature. That means below 2.3 Kelvin, the system becomes an antiferromagnetic behavior. And we have plotted the inverse susceptibility. And from the inverse susceptibility, we can calculate the effective magnetic moment by employing the Curie-Weiss law. Of course, if you are MSc students, you might have studied about the Curie-Weiss law. And this is chi equal to C by T minus theta B, where C is the Curie constant. And the effective magnetic moment of cerium is 2.54 mu V theoretical value. We are getting an experimental value of 2.61, which is very close to the theoretical value. And there is a small deviation in this Curie-Weiss law between the experimental and the theoretical curve. So that is because of something called crystal electric field effect, because the cerium atom is surrounded by point charges, and these point charges produces an electric field. So the crystal fields of cerium levels will be split by means of this electric field, which are produced by the surrounding ligand atoms. So this is a magnetization which is measured below the magnetic ordering temperature. You can see that the magnetic moment reaches only 0.5 mu b at 12 Tesla of magnetic field at 1.8 Kelvin. But actually, the magnetization of cerium should be 2.1 mu b, which is much reduced. This tells that there is a Kondo effect present in this compound. Okay, so now we have measured the electrical resistivity also from room temperature to low temperatures, and you can see that there is a negative logarithmic increase of electrical resistance at these two temperature regions, which is also suggests that there is Kondo effect in this compound. Okay, so this heat capacity also shows a bulk magnetic ordering in this sample. You can see a sudden sharp increase in the at 2.3 Kelvin, is confirming the magnetic ordering in this system. And as I told you, the cerium compound, because of this point charge model, it has a 14-fold degenerate state. And because of the spin orbit interaction, this 14-fold degenerate level splits into two. That is J equal to 5 by 2 and J equal to 7 by 2. The splitting energy is of the order of 3000 Kelvin. So we are interested only in the ground state, which is J equal to 5 by 2. So this J equal to 5 by 2 is further split by means of this point charge, point charges, which leads to three doublets. So this is all this information we can obtain by analyzing the magnetic susceptibility data. So that is what we are going to do. Now this is the Hamiltonian, which I'm not going to detail because of the time constraint. So this is the expression for the CEF susceptibility. And from this matrix, when you diagonalize these matrix, you can have the energy eigenfunctions. From these eigenfunctions, you can estimate the crystal field split levels. So here, this is the matrix which we obtained from the Hamiltonian. And by diagonalizing this Hamiltonian, we have obtained these energy levels. The energy levels is ground state is a doublet ground state. And the first excited state and the second excited state are all same levels. So that means the ground state is a doublet and the excited state is a quartet ground state. And the splitting energy is of the order of 191 Kelvin. You can see the very nice fitting of this susceptibility data, which explains the splitting energy levels from our experimental data. Okay, so the same experimental level can also explain the heat capacity, the jump in the heat capacity. You can see the solid curves explains this based on this energy level splitting. Okay, so now we have discussed about something about the quantum critical point. By applying a magnetic pressure, you can tune the system from magnetic to non-magnetic and to become superconductor. So we have also applied pressure in the case of cerium magnesium 3. But in our case, the Néel temperature started to increase instead of decreasing. So this is because the separation between the cerium atoms here are very large. The crystallographic lattice spacing is about of the order of 5 to 6 angstrom. So because of this large separation, initially the Néel temperature increases as you increase the pressure. So we need to apply large pressure to make the system non-magnetic and to show and to see the superconductivity in this system. Okay, so these are some comparison of this cerium magnesium 3 with the already observed superconductivity in some of these systems. So the Tn and Tk are nearly the same. Even in cerium magnesium 3, the Tn is 2.6 Kelvin and Tk is of the order of 3 to 4 Kelvin. So all these things are matched. But only fact is that in cerium magnesium 3, the distance between the two cerium atoms are much larger. So we are not seeing any superconductivity in this compound. So next, I wanted to highlight you some of the other system which we have studied in detail. So that is by employing a different crystal growth method that is called Czochralski method. So for that, we have grown this crystal of cerium germanium. It's a binary element, and I will show you how we have grown this single crystal. So as I told you, before we go for the crystal growth methods, we need to check the binary phase diagram. And from the binary phase diagram, we have found out that cerium germanium melts congruently, nearly congruent at the concentration of 50-50. You can see that it melts at around 1400 degrees centigrade. So at 1400 degrees centigrade, the cerium germanium becomes completely liquid. And you can try to grow this crystal if you have some means of melting it at 1450. So we have a tetra arc furnace in our lab. So these are the 4 electrodes which melts the sample. And then we take something like 10 grams of charge. And initially, the charge is molten by means of these electric arcs. and a seed crystal is slowly dipped into the melt, and then we slowly pull the crystal out of the melt. So initially, the seed crystal is approaching the melt, which is at room temperature. As soon as it touches the melt, there is a large number of solidification will happen that will lead to large number of grains. So you need to make a necking so that you select only one grain here, as shown in this cartoon there. You select only one grain to grow that into a larger crystal. So this is how we grow a crystal, a single crystal, by means of Czochralski method. So again, the first thing we do is that we take a diffraction pattern, and we find this kind of very nice, beautiful diffraction pattern, which confirms that it is the grown crystal is a single crystal. And then we also study this by grinding this crystal into fine powders, and we do a powder excel diffraction, and we confirm the phase purity. And after confirming these things, we go for the magnetic property measurements. And you see that this is an orthorhombic system. So you have three different directions, A, B, C. And if you measure the physical properties along these three different directions, you see a large anisotropy in the magnetization. So that is the advantage of having a single crystal. Again, you can see the magnetization also. So on the same piece of sample, when you're applying a magnetic field in this direction, and in this direction, you can see this kind of different magnetization behavior. So again, we have analyzed the same kind of crystal field analysis, and we have estimated the level splitting. Here, the level splitting is of the order of 39 to 111 Kelvin, which explains the heat capacity and the susceptibility data very nicely. So that's all I have to say today. So I just wanted to explain you the various crystal growth techniques that we adopt to grow the single crystal of intermetallic compounds, particularly cerium-based intermetallic compounds, and how the magnetism happens in the case of cerium compounds, how this localized F electron lead to magnetic behavior. And I have taken two examples. One is cerium magnesium 3 and one is cerium germanium. The cerium magnesium 3 single crystal is grown by Bridgman method, and the cerium germanium is grown by Czochralski method. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It's a great privilege to listen to Dr. Thamizavel, sir. When we listened to him, I was remembering many of the terms, concepts which he was using while delivering the talk. And many of the students, or most of the students, are aware with heat capacity, crystal growth, anisotropy, all these things. So you can understand from this that the single crystals and the polycrystal difference we have seen, and what is the importance of the single crystal in the superconductivity. That also we have seen, and superconductivity is very important field nowadays. Students of this class generally know phase diagrams, and how the phase diagrams are very important in understanding the substance properties. So it is students have come across with the SY based student used to study the phase diagrams in semester 4, incongruent melting point, all these terms they are aware with. So whatever you are studying, it is definitely used at the very advanced level, at the research level. So you can feel proud for that. Sir, you have explained the crystal growth and the anisotropic studies of strongly correlated electron systems very nicely to a certain high level, so that the students could feel definitely that whatever they are studying, yes, definitely it is being used for the advanced study in the institutes like Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. For the very nice talk, I think many of the students we should get the some feeling for the higher study. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your enlightened lecture. Thanks. Yeah, I request now Dr. Mahendra sir to come.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful lecture. Now we have Professor Amrish Kunwar, who is a professor in Department of Biosciences and Bioengineering at IIT Mumbai. I will request Dr. Sandesh Jaibhai to welcome the guest. Sir, please.
Good afternoon to all the eminent personalities, delegates and student friends. It is indeed my great pleasure to introduce next speaker, Professor Amrish Kunwar is a professor in Department of Bioscience and Bioengineering at IIT Bombay. Sir has completed his BSc Honors and MSc in Physics with the specialization in Electronics from Banaras Hindu University in 2001. Subsequently, he has joined Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur in 2006, where he has completed his PhD in Statistical Physics in 2006. After PhD, Sir has joined Department of Development and Cell Biology, University of California, USA, for his first doctoral fellowship. His second postdoctoral was in the Department of Neurobiology, Physiology, and Behavior in University of California. He moved back to the India in 2011 and joined IIT Gandhinagar as an assistant professor in physics in 2012. In 2012, he moved to the Department of Biosciences and Bioengineering at IIT Bombay as an assistant professor, where he is currently working as a full-time professor. He has received several awards, such that Innovative Young Biotechnologist Award from the year 2012, IYBA 2012 from Department of Biotechnology, India. Young Faculty Award from IIT Bombay and Excellence in Research Fellowship from IIT Gandhinagar. One of the area in which his lab works in biophysics and computational biology, where they work Monte Carlo simulations to study transport and force generation by motor proteins and the microtubules dynamics. They also use molecular dynamic simulation to study the interaction of potential anti-cancer drugs with the microtubules, interaction of microtubules associated with the proteins, that is MAPs with the microtubules, effect of pathogenic variations on proteins involved in endocrine diseases. His lab also work in the area of technology of development. Currently, his lab is currently working as a development of various robotic and non-robotic disinfections and sterilization devices based on the germicidal UVC radiation and far UVC radiation. So, sir has vast experience in the bioscience development and engineering sector. So now I request sir to deliver his lecture. Sir, please.
Right. Can we turn off the lights? All right. Thank you very much to the organizers for this invitation, and thank you very much for a good introduction. What I'm going to talk about today is something which we have done in last 3 years only. So I never worked in this area before, and whatever work I'm going to present today has been done only in last 3 years. Our lab never worked um, in the experimental area before that. And one of the person who has done most of the work, Monica, she's a PMR fellow. She has also come here to attend this conference today. So you can discuss if you have any questions after the talk. All right. So what I'm going to talk about is robotic and non-robotic disinfection and installation devices that we develop in the lab. Now, just to tell you briefly about my lab, what kind of things we do. We try to understand transport and force generation by motor proteins, which are involved in intracellular transport. We also look at the interaction of various potential anti-cancer drug and maps with microtubules, which modulate the function of the microtubules, which are the tracks for the intracellular transport. And then we also look at the pathogenic variants of different types of proteins, which are involved in different types of endocrine diseases in a collaboration with a clinician at KEM Hospital. And since this is the conference for the people who are doing material science, and I am also a physicist by heart. So I would like to introduce you to this new facility that we have established at IIT Bombay. So at IIT Bombay, we have established a dual beam optical tweezer along with a magnetic twister, which is mounted on a confocal microscope. And this is the first facility in the country where you can do confocal imaging, optical use the optical tweezer as well as magnetic twister at the same time in the same setup. This facility is not anywhere in the country. So those who wish to use this facility for doing any kind of research where you have to measure the forces which are of the order of piconewton, you want to exert the forces which are of the order of piconewton, and you want to understand the material property at the microscopic level, you are free to contact me. All right. The other area in which we work is basically developing the low-cost microscopes for education, because one of the problems that I see when I go to the different colleges, schools and colleges around Mumbai, outside Maharashtra, in Karnataka, we see that, students don't have access to the microscope. So what we have started doing is basically we have started to train the teachers how to make very powerful microscopes which can work at a 400x magnification only in 500 rupees. And these microscopes work like a digital microscope, and you can do even all kinds of research in your lab using these 500 rupees microscope. The other thing which we do is we work on the development of robotic and non-robotic devices, about which I'm going to talk about. And the third project on which we have been working on is basically to develop the IoT-based system to monitor and control ultraviolet germicidal irradiance-based air disinfection units. Okay, so let me first tell you about the biosafety. Why I'm going to talk about these sterilization and disinfection devices. So biosafety is nothing but it refers to the protection from many infectious agents, and there are many kinds of agents that can make you sick. For example, bacteria, viruses, we know that. There are fungi, there are protozoa, then there are also various multicellular parasites that can make you sick. And if you look at the size of the bacteria and viruses, they are very, very small. Okay. So if you have to look at the typical size, so the red one is basically typical size of our cells. And if you look at the size of the bacteria, this is the size of the bacteria. Okay. So this is the size of the bacteria. And then if you look at the size of the viruses, they are generally much smaller than the bacteria. And pandemics are not very new to it. We just came out of one of the pandemics, but it's not like that pandemics have never happened. They have happened even in past, and they have killed many people, millions of people, even more than what COVID-19 has done. Okay. So this tells you about the history of the pandemics, this slide. And if you look at the COVID-19 had a low mortality rate, but a very high infectivity. Now, this lists some of the viruses that have caused recent outbreaks. For example, H1N1 influenza, HIV, Nipah virus, Ebola virus, Zika virus, chikungunya virus, and most recently we came across the SARS-CoV-2. And the origin of most of these viruses came from the animals. Basically, these animals jumped from their animal host to the humans, and then they started to cause the disease. Now, infectious agent, which can be bacteria, virus, or fungi, can infect you in many ways. One of them is inhalation. You inhale. So you inhale something, and then it goes inside your body. Then you eat something, it can go inside your body. If your skin or eye comes into the contact with these pathogens, you get infected, or sometimes via injection. And if you look at the method of spread of the viruses via aerosols, it can happen in many ways. When you cough, you basically emit about 3,000 droplets and you release about 2 billion viruses. When you sneeze, again you release about 1 to 2 billion viruses, about 20,000 droplets, and they travel at a speed of 200 miles per hour. If you take a breath, then you release about 20 virus particles per minute if you get infected, and they travel with a very low velocity. When you are talking to somebody, you release about 200 virus particles per minute, and they again travel with very low velocity. So if a infected person is very dangerous when he's coughing and sneezing. So whenever you are coughing and sneezing, please try to cover your mouth. Okay. And this shows again different ways in which a person can infect you if he's already having some infection. One of the ways it can travel to you is via aerosols. The other way it can travel, basically these aerosols go and deposit on a surface, and that is called fomites, and you touch these fomites and then you get infected. You touch your nose or eyes and then you get infected. So if you look at the COVID-19, made a big problem because it was stable outside. It was very stable outside in comparison to the other viruses. And then it also had the mutations which helped it to bind to the host cells very efficiently. So what is the successful formula for getting infected, or successful formula for dodging an infection? Basically, if you get exposed to the virus, okay, and if the time is longer, then the probability that you will get the infection is very large. Okay. And these are the general guidelines that have been told to you during the pandemic time, that treat and greet everyone from distance, invest in a good mask, avoid talking to the people too much, especially when you are infected, and maintain proper hygiene. And these are my two very favorite movies on, on viruses. So if you're interested, you can watch these movies. One of them is virus which came in 2019, was based on the outbreak of Nipah virus in Kerala. Now, when we talk about cleaning, sanitization, disinfection, and sterilization, for a common person, it can mean the same thing, okay? But each of them have a different meaning. When you are say cleaning, then you are just removing the dirt from the surface. When you talk about the sanitization, then in that case, you are killing some of the bacteria and viruses using some sanitation method, removing the debris, other things, and you are bringing the probability of infection to a safe level. When we talk about the disinfection, there you are using the different kinds of chemicals to kill even more bacteria and viruses. And when we talk about the sterilization means you completely get rid of all forms of life, bacteria, viruses, fungi, whatever. And generally, we require sterilization for the surgical procedures. Okay, and there are different methods which one can use for the sterilization. Dry heat sterilization, during the COVID time, you might remember that people were using the irons, right? To iron a lot of things which could affect even the masks. Okay. So dry heat is one of the ways to sterilize the things. Then steam sterilization. Very regularly, scientists in the lab use autoclaves uh, to decontaminate the samples before disposing them. Then chemical sterilization using alcohol, bleach, sodium hypochlorite are the most popular methods of chemical based sterilization. Then filtration using most of your air conditioners or HVAC systems have these air filters. Then we also have gas sterilization, which have to be used without presence of human beings around. For example, you can use ozone, hydrogen peroxide vapors, etc. Then one can also do sterilization without using chemical methods. For example, sterilization via ionizing radiation, gamma radiation, and X-ray. They can also kill pathogens. And then the other method of sterilization about which I'm going to talk about, it is a method of using a non-ionizing radiation, which is the ultraviolet radiation, and sometimes we call it germicidal ultraviolet radiation. Okay, so if you look at the ultraviolet radiation, it has a spectrum. Okay, and most of the times people use a particular wavelength. It's called 254 nanometer. This is called germicidal ultraviolet radiation. So anything which has a wavelength of 254 nanometer is called germicidal ultraviolet radiation, and it falls into the UVC band, C band of the ultraviolet radiation. So ultraviolet spectrum is also divided in A band, B band, and C band. And most of the devices which use ultraviolet for the disinfection or sterilization, they use the germicidal ultraviolet radiation. All right. And how does the ultraviolet light kills the different types of pathogens? Basically, it damages the genetic material of the cell. And if you damage the genetic material of the cell, you block the replication cycle of the microorganism, and then it cannot divide and it cannot infect you. Okay. So if you are using ultraviolet light, in that case, the ultraviolet light damages the DNA and RNA of organism, and that often results from the dimerization of the pyrimidine molecule, which are present in these DNA and RNA. And in particular, thymine, which is only found in DNA, produces the cyclobutane dimers, and that blocks the replication cycle of the pathogen. All right. So when you are irradiating something with the ultraviolet light, then that object or microorganisms receives a particular amount of dose, and that UV dose can be calculated by measuring the irradiance of the UV light and for how much time you have irradiated the sample. Okay, so by knowing the irradiance of the ultraviolet light, which depends on the property of the lamp uh, and exposure time, you can calculate how much dose a given microorganism or a given surface has received. And whenever we talk about the inactivation of bacteria and viruses, we generally talk about the log inactivation. Okay, what is the log inactivation? Log inactivation is nothing, but it is log of what was the original number of microorganisms which are present, and what is the total number of microorganisms that are present at time t. And one log in activation means you are killing 10% of the only 10% of the microorganisms are surviving, and you are killing the 90% of them. 2 log in activation means you are doing 99% killing. 3 log in activation means 99.9% killing, and 4 log in activation means 99.99% killing, and so on. Okay, so generally for consumer products, people only go up to the 4 log inactivation. For example, your RO, which has ultraviolet light, they generally do the all the validations only up to the 4 log inactivation. And how much dose is required by different microorganisms to get inactivated has been documented long back, and this table shows how much dose is required by different kinds of microorganisms. For example, here you see the bacteria, yeast, mold spores, viruses, protozoa, and algae. So all of these can be inactivated by using the ultraviolet light, but all of them require slightly different UV dose. And ultraviolet disinfection technology is not something new. That is not something new we have found. This was there for last 50 years. Okay. During the pandemic time, our lab started to work in this because there were not many devices which are available for the disinfection using the ultraviolet light. So the ultraviolet light is being used for a long time in different kind of settings. For example, some of the water purification units have the ultraviolet lamps. Then wastewater treatment, industrial drinking water, that is used in the aircrafts, and we also used in the for the surface disinfection in the food industry. Now, if you recall, about 3 years back, the lockdown was announced in the country on March 24th, 2020, and nobody was allowed to step out of their home. And the first paper that came that UVC radiation can kill SARS-CoV-2 virus actually came a year after the lockdown. All right, and that paper came in Scientific Reports. But what we did at IIT Bombay, within a week of lockdown on March 31st, we designed this ultraviolet sanitizer at a very, very low budget. And we told everyone that this is something which can inactivate bacteria and viruses. Just a week after the lockdown, where no shops were open, nothing was open. So I, while working with one of my colleague, Kiran Kondabagil, who is one of the virologists in the department, we developed these units, and we also did some experiments to show that these kind of units can actually inactivate bacteria and viruses. Okay, so let me just tell you about this, what we did. And this became like a breaking news within a week, and then everyone started to make ultraviolet disinfection unit. And how we got the idea about doing something like this. So there was already a very well documented literature on use of ultraviolet light in the field of medicine. People had used it in past for the treatment of the blood platelets. Okay, people had used it in past for the treatment of the blood platelets, and this was done for Ebola viruses. Then it was also done for the yellow fever viruses, Zika viruses. But all of these studies were for SARS-CoV-1. Okay, and we were dealing with SARS-CoV-2, and we had no reason to believe that if it is killing the same family of viruses, it should also kill the SARS-CoV-2. Although we did not have ability to prove that it can kill SARS-CoV-2, because it requires a BSL-4 facility, which we did not have in IIT Bombay. So what we did, we took the surrogate viruses which were similar to SARS-CoV-2, and using those, we proved that using these units in about if you use these units in about 3 minutes, you can kill the surrogate viruses which are similar to the SARS-CoV-2. And why we needed this method of sterilization? If you remember that during the lockdown time, people were trying to use all kinds of things to sanitize. And if you look at the most of the time, people were using the alcohol-based sanitizers or water-based sanitizers, and most of the time their cell phone used to go bad. Okay, and this is ultraviolet radiation is a very, very dry method of sterilization. You don't require anything else. You don't require any chemical, and it's a chemical free method of sterilization. So existing methods which were like using soap solution, alcohol based sterilization, beach solution, steams were not suitable for everything, and there was a need for the dry method of sterilization. All right, and then this inspired many people to develop these kind of units. So, since it was a lockdown, how we did it? We did, as I said, that we did it at a very low budget. Okay, and this is where I learned my first lesson of prototyping. That you use whatever is available around you. Okay, don't look for the very fancy things. And as I said that I never worked in this area before, and I was working with a colleague in the IDC, which is called Industrial Design Center. And from him, I basically learned this first lesson of prototyping, that use whatever is available. So what we did, we found a trash can which was lying in the lab. We used that, we removed the window grill that we made as a platform, and then we did the experiments using getting the surrogate viruses from our MSc lab, and we proved that this is something which was working, and people liked it. Now, then later on, we went ahead and licensed it to one of the industry in Gujarat. After this, what was found that initially we tried to make this unit, but the size, this was a cylindrical unit. It was having a smaller space, and when we took it to IIT Bombay Hospital, we wanted to give it to the doctors to sanitize different items like mask and their cell phones and other things that they wanted to sterilize. They said it's too small, make something bigger. Then what we did was we took a cardboard box. You see a cardboard box here, and we wrapped it with a aluminum foil, and then we removed this platform from a hot air oven in the lab, and we fitted it with the ultraviolet light. And again, we performed the experiment with these units in the lab with the surrogate viruses and proved that this is something which can inactivate the viruses within 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, so again, this was done with Professor Kiran Kondabagil. And so this was our prototype. Okay, sorry. This was our prototype. So this is how your first product looks like. Okay, and this is how it looks like in the final form. So when it went to the market, fine. So your first product or prototype can be very different from what will be sold in the market. Then there was another challenge. These doctors were very demanding that, again, this is very small. There is scarcity of gowns and many other apparels. And we also want to make sure we want to be very safe. We want to sanitize our garments and other things. And they needed a much bigger unit. So again, we came up with a solution with whatever was available. We took a lab chair, and then we mounted it with the ultraviolet lights and the required circuit. And in this case, since market was not opened, we took all the ultraviolet tubes from our tissue culture facility. So those who are biologists might be knowing that, in the tissue culture facility, we use ultraviolet lights. Even in biosafety cabinets, we use ultraviolet lights for the sterilization before doing the experiments. And we removed them and we made this and we gave it to the hospital. And then it was again used in our IIT hospital for sterilizing various things. Then our Dean R&D said, look, we are IIT and we should make something which is much more fancy. So what we did, and then he encouraged us that you team up with the people who make robots and you try to make a robot which can move around and can do all of this. Because at that time, there were no ultraviolet light based robots which were available in the country. Okay. So we took a project from, this is another side story. Then we are one of my colleagues, Sanjeeva Srivastava, who is a very well-known person who works in the area of proteomics. He wanted to bring some samples from the one of the Mumbai hospitals and wanted to do the experiments with these inactivated COVID samples in his lab. So we also made a biohazard transporter box using this ultraviolet system, and using our system, he brought the samples and then he also published a paper based on the research that he did. Yeah. So since we were encouraged by our Dean R&D to make the robotic units, we also applied for funding to make a robot which was based on ultraviolet light. Okay. Now, this was something which we did again during the lockdown period. Okay. By getting the components from different places. However, the important thing is that if you look at the design of the robots that were available in other countries, they were having a very simple design, or a design which was not very user friendly. For example, most of the designs were like, you have an arrangement of tubes which are mounted vertically. They are mounted on a robotic platform, and this robotic platform was able to move around. Okay. So this is one of those units. This is another one. Now this one was something which was developed for the aircrafts, where you have two wings which can be opened and then somebody can install it along the aisle of the aircraft. But again, if you want to use something like this, the person has to wear the personal protective equipments or PPEs. So these designs were not very good. For example, if you look at this design, you have a set of lamps which are mounted vertically. And if you try to take a lamp, if you try to take it to this hole, what will happen? There will be a lot of shadow zones, right? If you have a straight light and you are taking it through this passage, then there will be a lot of shadow zones, and ultraviolet light will disinfect the things only when it will fall on an object. And if there are shadow zones, it will not fall on the object, it will not do any sterilization. And therefore, there was a need for the change in the design of the existing ultraviolet disinfection units. Okay, so we tried to address this problem by taking up the project from the Wadhwani Center at IIT Bombay. And these are the different kind of things which were available in the overseas market at a price of starting from 20 lakhs rupees. Okay. Now, since we wanted to develop something which could have a better design, okay, we also wanted to show that this is something which will be having better design, we will have a better virus killing efficiency, and therefore we also needed to develop something which was similar to the existing design. Okay. So what we did, we developed both kinds of robots. We developed a robot of this design, but at a very, very low price. We were able to assemble this robot at only 40,000 rupees using the components that we bought from the Indian market. And then we designed another robots which had the hands, which could fold, unfold, and can move around. I will not have time to do this. So I will just play these movies. Can you play these movies? Animations? Just click on them. First one. Oh, no, first one. You go to the movie and then click on them. Or this one. Back. No, not this. Back. Can you click on the first movie? This is the second one. So you can see that we designed a robot which had two hands, which could unfold, could move up and down, and then it can also have a translation along the aisle. I'm just showing the animation, but we have a working model of this. And we wanted to compare the efficacy of this system, because this is a system which can get very closer to the seeds and everything, right? And therefore it can kill the viruses, bacteria, and all kinds of pathogens with a better efficacy, because the distance between the targeted surface and the lamps will be much smaller in this kind of design. If you are trying to disinfect something like a classroom, which is like this, or if you are having an aircraft, you are having a bus, metro, or something like that. However, if you are using the design which is there on the left, you are having just a vertical set of lights and there will be a lot of shadow zones. So this design eliminates a lot of shadow zones and has a better efficacy. And for that, we have also done some optical modeling. And using the optical modeling, we showed that indeed this unit would work much better than the conventional design, which were just like a set of lamps mounted on a robotic chassis. So we did this optical modeling, and Monica has also done experiments to prove that. So this is some of the data for the manuscript that we have submitted for publication. Now what we are doing right now is we are trying to develop a IoT-based system to monitor and control indoor air quality. Okay, why maintaining the indoor air quality is important, because this is something which is related to the human health, and people have started to realize the importance of the indoor air quality only after the pandemic, and indoor air quality can affect our health in many ways. For example, we have a filled up classroom, and if there are too many students, everyone is breathing, and because of this breathing, the CO2 level gets high. And it is very well documented that when the CO2 level gets high, then your sleepiness, everything increases. Okay, so the classes should be very well ventilated. Similarly, if you have a big classroom and if there are one or two infected people, if somebody is having a infection which is airborne, for example, if somebody is having a flu or let's say TB, it can spread very fast in a very congested room. Okay, so we need a very good indoor air too, in addition to the outdoor air. Okay, so before the pandemic, we only insisted on having a very clean outside environment, but it turns out that the having a clean indoor environment is also equally important. And we have taken a project to develop a IoT based system to monitor and control the indoor air quality. um, and when we talk about the indoor air quality, there are a bunch of parameters that one has to monitor. For example, what is the particle count in the room is, what is the CO2 concentration, what is the concentration of volatile organic compounds is, how much is the temperature, how much is the humidity. So a lot of parameters have to be monitored. And suppose you have a big campus, then there are many such rooms, and all of these rooms needs to be monitored to maintain a healthy air. Okay, so for example, for our first year undergraduate students, we teach about 300 students at a time, right? And we generally do it in a very large classrooms. And if you look at the design of the air ventilation in these rooms, what happens that we have a lecture hall complex, and then the exhausted air goes to something called a air handling unit, where it is cooled, filtered with a HEPA filter, and then it is thrown back into the same room after mixing it with a fresh air. All right. Now here in this air handling unit, you have a system for cooling or heating, and then you also have a filtration system. One of the problems that people have is there is a lot of growth of microorganisms in this room itself. Okay, especially near the filters, because these filters are trying to block the particles, aerosols, everything, and then they get deposited, and then it blocks the filter. It also degrades the air quality, especially in a city like Mumbai. If there is a lot of deposition on a surface, then there will be a lot of fungal growth during the rainy season, right? So we also wanted to do something about our air handling rooms, and we came up with a solution, and we demonstrated to the industry that this is something which works, and this is what was done. So since we knew the dimensions of these air handling units, what we did a optical modeling. This was something which was again done by Monica. We calculated how much dose will be required to inactivate SARS-CoV-2. Okay, and then depending on the dose required, we found out how many lamps have to be placed and in which positions. So we basically did optical modeling to find out the UV irradiance which could kill the viruses and bacteria for the during the residence time of the air. So let me explain you what I mean by that. So you have a room like this. Okay, what happens that whatever is the exhausted air, this pointer is not working. So whatever is the exhausted air that is coming in, that is being cooled or being heated, and then it is being filtered, and then it is being thrown back into the room after mixing it with some fresh air. This is about 20% of the fresh air. Now, the air which is coming in from the lecture hall complex, that is going to stay in the air handling unit for some time. Okay. And this is the exhausted air, which will be having the aerosols, which could have bacteria, viruses, everything. Okay. And we want to make this air which is coming to the HU virus and bacteria free. And therefore, I need to expose this air with the enough amount of UV dose so that it can inactivate all the bacteria and viruses that are present in this room, right? And when the air is coming in, it has a certain residence time. Okay, so air comes, it's not like that it comes and goes like this. It also stays in the room for some time. So depending on the fan speed, what is the fan speed of the air conditioner is, what is the flow velocity, what is the size of this room, we can. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So we can calculate for how much time the air will be residing in this room. If we can calculate the residence time of the air, and if we can find out the UV irradiance for modeling, we can find out whether we are giving enough dose to inactivate the viruses and bacteria which are present in the air which is coming from this room. Okay, so we did that optical modeling, and using that, so this was the optical modeling which we did, and using the optical modeling, we found out how much dose is required, how many UV lamps is required, for how much time they have to be turned on. We designed this system, we installed this system, and we also checked the health of this system of some time. And we compared it with another room which was not installed with this germicidal UV lamp. And we found that it is working in a much better way. So since this was something which was liked by the industry, and this project was supported by something called Technology Innovation Hub, which is at IIT Bombay, which is open to the people who are everyone, not only from IIT Bombay, open to anyone who is doing the product development and innovations. So we got a project, and now we have a project which is focused on basically looking at the indoor air quality using the sensors. Okay. And if you have a campus, let's say a college campus, then there are many rooms, right? In a college campus, you have many rooms, and you have to monitor the air quality in each of the rooms. That means each of these rooms have to be fitted with sensors which can measure the CO2, temperature, humidity, particle count, volatile organic compound concentration. And the project is to integrate the data from all of these sensors to look at the overall health of the indoor air quality on the campus. All right. So this was all about which was there for last many years, for about 50 years, using the UVC radiation. During the pandemic time, people also started to work very actively on another spectrum of the UVC, which is called far UVC. So I talked about the 254 nanometer wavelength, which is called UVC. But it turns out that there is another wavelength of UV radiation, which is around 222 nanometers. Okay. And this is called far UVC. So our germicidal UVC is this one, 254 nanometer, and far UVC is 222 nanometer. The problem with the UVC radiation is that I cannot use the UVC radiation for killing the bacteria and viruses in this room. Because if the UV radiation falls on your skin, it will cause the DNA damage, it will cause the cancer. Similarly, if it falls on your eyes, then it can cause the cataract. So you cannot use the UV lamps directly in this kind of room for inactivating the bacteria and viruses. They have to be used only when there is zero occupancy in this room. Now, a solution to this problem that, if you want to kill the bacteria and viruses while human beings and animals are present, is the far UVC radiation. Okay. So what has been documented that this far UVC radiation is something which can again kill bacteria and viruses, but with a greater efficacy without causing any DNA damage on the skin and without causing any cataract. And right now we are working with this far UVC radiation to develop the products which can be used while there is occupancy in the room. For example, this kind of system can be used for continuous disinfection in a hospital setting, in a public place, and various other places where you cannot get rid of the people. So, as I said that for UVC radiation is something which will kill the pathogens, but it gets reflected from the dead layer of the skin. Okay,